Mesdames et messieurs, présentation de la finale du lancer du javelot masculin, catégorie R57-58.
He got the silver medal in the last Paralympic Games and is the world record holder at 57 representing Brazil.
Deuxième et dernier jeu paralympique et détenteur de record du monde, catégorie R57, représentant le Brésil, Lyon, Santos.
He got the bronze medal in the last World Championship at 58 representing China.
Troisième et dernier championnat du monde, catégorie R58, représentant la Lyon, Lyon.
He is the Paralympic champion in the category at 58 representing Lyon.
Champion paralympique catégorie R58, représentant Lyon,
He got the gold medal in the last Paralympic Games, category at 58 representing Egypt.
troisième des Jeux paralympiques catégorie R58, représentant l'Égypte,
He's the world champion category at 57 representing Great Britain.
champion du monde catégorie R57, représentant la Grande-Bretagne, Stevens.
Ladies and gentlemen, the name of all the athletes of the Stevens on the high stage also.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous avons tous les participants de cette finale maintenant affichés sur le projet.
No, you have your 2 minutes now to get in and get ready.
Timing.
Champion du monde de catégorie R12, représentant la Croatie,
She got the silver medal in the last World Championship and she's the world record holder category F11 representing China.
Deuxième des derniers championnats du monde, catégorie F12, détentrice du record du monde, représentant la Chine, Lyon Zhang.
The names of all the athletes are now displayed on the scoreboard.
Les noms de tous les participants sont affichés sur le projet.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the athletes for the men's 5,000 meters T11.
Mesdames et messieurs, au départ, la finale du 5000 mètres hommes, catégorie T11.
He is the Paralympic champion representing Chile.
Champion paralympique représentant le Chili, Christian Valenzuela.
He got the bronze medal in the last Paralympic Games representing Japan.
Médaille de bronze aux derniers Jeux paralympiques représentant le Japon, Sanya Voilà.
Allez, arrêtez.
He's the world champion, representing Brazil.
Champion du monde en titre, représentant le Brésil, Oder Santos.
Representing Israel.
Représentant l'Israël, Gad Yarkoni.
Representing Mexico.
Représentant le Mexique, Luis Zapian.
Representing Portugal.
Représentant le Portugal, Nuno Alves.
Representing Japan.
Représentant le Japon, Masahiro Taniguchi.
Representing Spain.
Représentant l'Espagne, Manuel Garnica Roldan.
Alors, mesdames et messieurs, une petite décision par rapport au déroulement de cette première finale. Côté course, la finale de Lyon, il y a la possibilité pour les athlètes d'avoir deux billes qui peuvent se relayer dans une zone qui aurait partie sur ces deux points.
Cuidado. there without an umbrella, you know? I can.
Muy bien, chiquillos, muy bien. No te adelantes, Lucas. Bien.
Le passage de l'hiver dans les 6 secondes et 97 jours sur le cadre au corps du monde à la semaine amené par Aucun Santorin de Ville en deuxième position Christian Valentin. Chine et Bonifant ont parti sur la ligne espérée sur cette finale du 5 mètres. Voilà, nous allons assister actuellement devant la principale relais entre deux pour votre
The big event heads there in 3 years' time in Rio, and the preparations are already there. The stadium's largely set. Lots of people looking forward to the Maracanã and what that is going to present. One of the main football stadiums is going to be the athletic stadium there, which is named after Javelin, the former FIFA chief. We've got 6 laps to go, and it's still Adair Santos well in front for Brazil, ahead of the Chilean Christian Valenzuela.
And I think the replacement guide has certainly paid off, because Carlos Santos gave Adair Santos a flying start, and now Samuel Nascimento has picked up the thing. And I can't help thinking of Pele when I hear these names, because Nascimento's Pele's real surname, and Santos was the team Pele played for. So, from my book of football as a kid.
well, they hit their peak a couple of years ago, 2 years ago. They won the Copa Libertadores, the South American Champions League. Really good squad. Neymar, who's gone to Barcelona. Alano, who used to play in England with Manchester City. Really improved when he went back to Brazil, was kicking in free kicks from 40, 50 metres out. Really good team. Ganso as well, and they've all left, and Santos not quite as good as they used to be. Atletico Mineiro are the big club in Brazil at the moment because they're in the Copa Libertadores final, which is the South American Champions League. And right now, they've got a great chance of gold in that, and a great chance of gold in this. Adair Santos leads the way for Brazil. 5 laps to go, and the gap is around 70 metres now.
Good football knowledge there from Will. So the men's javelin and the men's shot put running at the moment. I can tell you that Duplessis of South Africa in the javelin through 31.81. He's in the lead because he's the only one that's thrown so far. And in the shot put, Crane are in the lead at the moment with Olivet's 14.52 in the shot put.
The advantage remains strong for Santos, but there's a strong battle now for the bronze medal. Defending very strongly is Shinji Wada. He's just gone through with just about 5 laps to go, but Manuel Ganico Roldan is just behind. And very shortly, the back marker from Israel is going to be lapped, is Gadi Arconi. He came in this with the slowest personal best, and with 5 laps to go for him and 4 laps to go for Adair Santos. He's about to be lapped. The gap remains around 70 metres between Santos and Nascimento and Shinjiwada and Takashi Nakata, who's looking to upgrade, or should I say Christian Valenzuela, who won the gold medal at London 2012. So Santos working hard to defend his title from Christchurch 2 years ago, and Valenzuela, who won at London 2012, well, he finds himself well back, and quite a battle for him to get back up in the proceedings.
So the Brazilians have now lapped the Israelis over there on the far side. You'll notice there's different ways of tethering the athlete to the guide. The Brazilians in the lead, favouring a very loose, sort of yellow elastic tethering that they just hold. The Israelis, who in last place, they're actually tied together at the waist so that they can get maximum use of the arms for running.
Now there's been a change in the bronze medal position. Nuno Alves alongside Ricardo Abreu, they've moved up into 3rd place, the bronze medal position, ahead of Shinya Wada of Japan. The bronze medalist from London 2012 has now dropped back into 4th place, and there's a huge gap back to 5th for the other Japanese athlete, Masahiro Taniguchi. Then in 6th, it's Luis Saipe. Manuel Ganico Roldan has fallen back quite poorly now, and Gadi Arconi of Israel in 8th place. We've got 3 laps to go for Adair Santos, but we're going to move across for the time being to Andrei Holovets. This is the men's shot put champion from London 2012. This is F12 for medium visual impairment. That's a really solid throw, and it's a long one, just short of 15 metres. 16.25 is his personal best, and Holovets is in the lead. That's 14 metres 52.
Expecting a lot from the Ukrainians at these games, and the Russians very strong as well in the shot put.
Ukraine have excellent field athletes and tremendous sprinters, both in parasport and outside. Just around 2.5 laps to go for the leaders in this, the men's 5,000 metres T11. And Adair Santos, well, he basically hit the front after about 10 metres, and he's remained out in front ever since. Has been very good virtuoso running, and there may be a slight problem in a few moments for Christian Valenzuela. He's the athlete in 2nd place with this guy Lucas Yarmila, because they have to overtake the back marker as well. 2 laps to go then, and Adair Santos, the defending champion for Christchurch, is in the lead. And it's a strong lead, and it's about 80 metres now. 2 laps to go, 800 metres, and surely on the way to gold.
Yes, he's looking very comfortable indeed, and I can't see anything going wrong for the Brazilians now. Just running around behind the back of the Javelin. Into the last bend, so about 1.5 laps to go for the Brazilian. And he's looking very comfortable indeed. He's That's going to add another World Championship to the one he won in Christchurch back in 2011. Odair Santos. Of course, the Brazilians will be hosting the Paralympic Games in Rio in 3 years' time. So they'll be hoping to have a really good Games here. Large delegation here.
Well, he's such a fine, solid athlete, Odair Santos, and he started winning medals in this category back at Athens 2004. There hasn't been a Paralympic Games 5,000 metres since then in which he hasn't medalled. Took the gold 2 years ago in Christchurch, and now he's about to lap someone else, and that's Luis Sapien of Mexico. Sapien still with 2 laps to go. And overtaken by Odair Santos, and for Santos, you couldn't hear it, but that's the bell. And it's a strong lead for Santos ahead of Valenzuela of Chile in second place. And way, way back in third now. Well, Nuno Alves looks in a great position and very strong. And he's got a gap of around 40 metres or so. They've now started ringing the bell for the athletes going round, but for Odair Santos, well, that's irrelevant now. He's got 200 metres to go, and it's been very impressive running by Odair Santos and his guides, Carlos Santos and Samuel Nascimento. A good advantage over Christian Valenzuela, who is well back in second place. Valenzuela midway down the back straight, but it's one final turn for home for Odair Santos. He was the fastest in the field going into this, both in terms of personal best and season's best. I doubt he's going to break either, but he is going to come away with another World Championship here. Odair Santos is in the closing straight. He's got 50 metres to go. He led right from the gun. That was quarter of an hour ago. And Odair Santos will cross the line to win the first track gold of Lyon 2013. And Odair Santos wins it for Brazil. They've got the first medal of the Games and a real sprint to the line for Christian Valenzuela of Chile, held by Lucas Jaramillo. And the athlete must be over the line first ahead of the guide, and Valenzuela got that right. Brazil gold. 15:33.37 the winning time for Odair Santos. Third man past the line, still has, I think, 2 laps to go, actually, the Israeli Gardiarconi. But this should be the Portuguese Nuno Alves, who comes through for the bronze in this men's 5,000 metres G11. Santos wins it, Valenzuela second, and Alves third.
Yeah, Valenzuela doing very well there for Chile, but he couldn't keep up with the Brazilian. He was the champion in London, first time that Chile had won a Paralympic gold medal. And that was in the 5,000 metres T11. Different guide for him today. It was Jaramillo. He had Christopher Fajardo in London. So Brazil will get the first medal of the Games. Chile will get the silver. The bronze. Shot put the javelin continuing at the moment.
Well, great respect between the various athletes here, but I think he knew the information from Samuel Nascimento was constant, and that he knew he had it. And he got the victory, and he just saw the guy there, Samuel Nascimento, just step back, because the athlete has to cross the line first, and if it goes the other way, then tough luck. And also, I should say, tough luck to Manuel Garnica Roldan, because I don't see him anymore. I don't think he's finished, because the Israeli Gardiarconi has come through in 7th place, and he was the back marker throughout. Japan at 5th and 6th through Masahiro Taniguchi, and Shinyawada finishing in 4th place. The bronze medalist from 2012 has been knocked back a spot. It is gold for Brazil.
So let's go to some of the field events now. This is the shot put, men's shot put. And we saw the Ukrainian throw 14.52, Holivets in the lead at the moment. This is Sanka of Portugal. Looks like around about 12 metres. The lead at the moment, 14.52.
No próximo, ok? Tens outro atleta
com número
e tens com 10.58. Já estás na final, já estás na final, já estás na final.
This is the F12 category, so it's for those with medium visual impairment. So there should be some vision, but we'll still need the advice from the guide just about technique and direction.
Demora muito tempo a marcar o resultado.
Guide just talking him through it, just waiting for that to be
Deve ter
measured.
sido perto de 11 metros, 10 muito. E
So
saiu baixo,
far we've seen
avançar pouco mais
Ukraine
e subir ainda pouco
14.52,
mais em cima. Bravo,
Australia 13.99.
11:36, olha,
Russell short.
daqui apareceu. Oi, bom, 11:36, está bom? Tranquilo agora e vamos chegar nos outros, ok? Bora lá.
So Sanka's throw just around 12 metres and he's in 7th place. The result then of the men's 5,000 metres T11. It's Brazilian gold for Adair Santos, led from gun to tape. Christian Valenzuela of Chile in 2nd place, 12 seconds down. Nuno Alves of Portugal 3rd, 16.12. And Manuel Garnica Roldan of Spain did not finish, and he was doing well. He was 4th at one stage, but you have to cross that line.
It's quite an old track here, and we were chatting to some of the Australians on the coach on the way in this morning, and they were saying it's a very hard track.
Jiang Chi-chung of Chinese Taipei in the men's shot put F12. That's just over 10 metres, which should put him in 8th place overall.
So when you have a hard track, sometimes if you have a niggling injury, it's more likely to flare up with a hard track. You can get quick times off a hard track, but you're also more likely to get injured. So I don't know if we're going to see world records here or not. The athletes have had a few test runs on it, and they weren't sure as to whether or not it was going to be fast or not. But we shall see. See those little tents that they keep out of the sun during the competition. Quite strong sun here today. We're expecting it to be up to about 31 degrees by midday. If you're with us for the opening ceremony, we had a thunderstorm.
Ladies and
Which took
gentlemen,
out a lot of the electrics.
introducing the athletes for the men 5,000 meters.
Well, the action is constant here at the Stade de Rhône, and we've got the second track final, and it's also a 5,000 metres race. It's T12 for those of medium visual impairment, and we have the champion from London 2012 in this, El Amin Chentouf.
World record holder as well. He'll be the man to watch.
Set that record at the Olympic Stadium in London last year in winning gold. Second place in that race was Abdurrahim Zoum, who is the defending world champion in this. And his personal best is around 25 seconds slower than Chentouf's, but he will be a contender. Silver in London, gold in Christchurch.
Médaille de bronze au dernier championnat du monde,
représentant l'Algérie,
la Férédine
Personal best of 14.59.04.
Representing
But a bit behind this season, 15.12.22. Rodriguez of Venezuela.
Representing Japan.
représentant le Japon, Tadashi Horikoshi.
Horikoshi of Japan.
Representing Colombia.
Représentant la Colombie, Elkim Alonso Serna
He's
Moreno.
the only runner in this race with a guide. This is
Representing
the F12 category again.
Représentant
T12 category
l'Espagne,
again. T just means track.
Gustavo
12
Nieves
means not as
Campello.
impaired as the
He
11
gets the
category.
bronze medal in the last
So some
Paralympic
of
Games
these,
and a
most of
silver
them will
medal
run
in the
without
last
guides.
World
Just
Championships
the Colombian
representing
with the guide
Kenya.
in this race.
Vice-champion du monde, médaille de bronze aux Jeux paralympiques représentant le Kenya, Henri Kirwa.
Now, looking strongly, and I don't see Henry Kirwa there, who won bronze and silver in the last two major championships, the Kenyan. I know some teams were only arriving last night. Mongolia got in at around midnight, so they missed the opening ceremony, but it's a field of 8, but we've only got 7 there. It's 8 including the guide, so Henry Kirwa does not start. It's the T12 men's 5,000 metres. It's El Amin Chentouf of Morocco, Abdurrahim Zoum of Tunisia, Nassereddin Kafas of Algeria, Roger Rodriguez of Venezuela, Tadashi Horikoshi of Japan, Elkin Alonso Serna Moreno of Colombia, and Gustavo Nieves Campello of Spain.
And we just saw the T11 category where we expected them to run just over 15 minutes. We expect these to run just under 15 minutes. And no surprise that Chentouf has gone storming out in the lead. And we could well see a new championship record here today because his world record is 47 seconds inside the championship record, which was set in Christchurch by Zhu of New Zealand.
Well, I'll tell you something remarkable. The 3 men who were in the inside lanes are in the top 3 right now, and El Amin Chentouf absolutely shot away from the gun. man who won gold at London 2012. Abdurrahim Zhu is currently in second place, the silver medalist from London 2012 and the defending world champion. And already there's a gap of something like 50 meters. This is, I'm not sure if Chentuf was told this was a 500 meters race, but instead of 5,000, but he's absolutely blitzed away from the gun. It's very strong running. He's around 40-50 meters clear. We had an incredible race. I think it was at the European Under-23s last week in Tampa, where the 800 meters, the winner shot away. It was something like 23 seconds for the first 200 meters. Lactic acid began to attack him in the final 100. He still got through to win. This is a remarkable start from Elamin Chentuf, and he's well ahead with 11 laps to go. They've barely run 600 meters, and the rest are settling in their packs. Abdurrahim Zhu of Tunisia, and Nassereddin Karfas of Algeria, second and third, and also Gustavo Nieves Campeo of Spain. They at the moment the 1, 2, 3, 4, but 1 is well ahead of 2, 3, 4.
Yes, I would think that the 1 and 2 is going to stay like it is. I'll stick my neck out on that one. In fact, I'm going to be brave. Chentuf's going to win this. It's controversial, but his personal best is 25 seconds faster than Zhu, the reigning world champion. Chentuf, the world record holder. And he hasn't had a good time this season. 14:34, his best time so far this season, but his personal best is under 14 minutes, 13:53.76, and he's absolutely storming away the Moroccan in the red vest ahead of Zhu of Tunisia, the world champion from New Zealand. He's looking very fresh.
This is incredible. 4,000 meters to go. He's not going to be able to keep this rate up. But if he can keep a strong lead, those legs will get tired eventually. The rest are taking it a much more sedate, what you'd expect, a much more normal pace. Let's start introducing people. 4:04 on the left is Gustavo Nieves Campeo of Spain. 1:02.3 for Tunisia's Abdurrahim Zhu, who's finished in the top 3 in the last 2 major championships. And also up there is Nassereddin Karfas of Algeria. There may be a huge gap between our leader Elamin Chentuf and the rest, but there's quite a gap between second, third and fourth and the rest also. He'll be doing very well if he can keep this up, both in terms of pace and margin.
Very experienced runner. I wouldn't expect him to misjudge the pace, but he does seem to be going quicker, certainly than most people in the stadium expected.
It is fantastic, it is brave, and we'll see if it works. He knows he's the Paralympic champion from London 2012. He knows what he's doing.
He gets an enormous cheer every time he comes in front of this main stand. The stadium beginning to fill up now. Very early start. We're expecting big crowds for this afternoon session. And Chentuf well in the lead in the red of Morocco.
So less than 9 laps to go for Elamin Chentuf, and the rest not really bothered about playing catch-up at the moment. It's Nieves, Campello, Zhu and Karfas who take up the next 3 positions. Then there's a gap of around 20 minutes or so, and it's the Colombian in 5th, Elkin Alonso Serna Moreno, the only athlete with a guide. Guillermo Antonio Naranjo Yaramillo is his assistant for this, and they're currently in 5th place, and in 6th is Tadashi Horikoshi, the Japanese, who's behind those 2.
And it almost looks like the athletes in 2nd, 3rd and 4th have decided, look, there's no chance of the gold, it's between us for the silver, and they're saving their energy.
But what they're doing as well is they're running at their own pace, and if they keep in their own pace, and if Elamin Chentuf has in any way got this wrong, and I actually remember him doing this at London 2012 as well. I think in 2 races, he got 1 right and 1 wrong. We'll see how he does here, but he's been impressive so far. He's got 8 laps to go, 5 minutes running done. He has the fastest time this year, 14:34, which is around half a second behind his personal best and world record set in winning the London 2012 title. As for the other 3, they'll keep to their own pace. They're happy doing so.
And because he did get it wrong in one of them in London, I don't think he'll get it wrong today. I think they'll have had a word with him, and he'll remember what it was like to win and what it was like to not win. And he'll prefer to win.
He's leading by half a lap. He's got 8 laps to go. Well, realistically, 7.5 laps to go. The rest have got 8 laps to go. And I can tell you, by the way, those in 2nd, 3rd and 4th are now being caught up by those in 5th and 6th. So Zhu, Karfas and Nieves Campeo now have company with Elkin Alonso, Serna Moreno and his guide. And also moving up is Tadashi Horikoshi, which means that Roger Rodriguez finds himself down in 7th place, but we've got one man in splendid isolation at the moment. He's half a lap ahead, the rest are on the back straight. Closing straight for Elamin Chentuf. And after this, he's got 7 laps to go, and he's looking very, very impressive indeed. And he's kept his pace quite strong. He hasn't noticeably slowed so far, and the gap is just getting bigger and bigger all the time. It's a remarkable performance so far from Elamin Chentuf, but the real running starts shortly.
And we now do have a real race for the medals in silver and bronze, because there were just 3. Now we have 6 runners together. Well, it's 5 in a guide. The Colombian who's running with the guide may have a bit of an advantage now, because he'll be able to give very good advice to his runner on exactly how everyone's looking, whereas some of the others might just be following the person in front at this stage. I think they've all realised that they're not going to catch Chentuf out in the lead, but it could be a very interesting race for silver and bronze. Here goes the Ukrainian again in the shot put. Olivet's in the lead with 14.96. Ahead of the Russian and the Australian.
Yeah, the Russian, Andriy Shchenko, won the gold medal 2 years ago, and that's an improvement as well.
14.96, his first, keeps him into the, well, he's still already in the lead, it keeps him in the lead, and looking very good for Ukraine at the moment. Russell Short throwing for Australia. We're hoping he'll be joining us in the commentary box tomorrow. Some incisive comments from the Aussies. 6 laps to go then in this T12, 5,000 metres from the IPC Athletics World Championships here in Lyon, with me, Jeremy Nicholas, Will Downing alongside me, and beautiful sunshine here in the park. Stags are on. Beautiful setting for these games.
And look at the move coming now from the Colombian, moving up into 2nd place. Elkin Alonso, Serna Moreno alongside his guy moves up into 2nd place, and the rest all move down 1. That's Zhu Carfas and Nieves Campbello as well. Back in 6th place is the Japanese Tadashi Horikoshi. Henry Kerwer, who won bronze and silver in the last 2 championship races in London and Christchurch, did not start.
And it's a great run by the Colombian, because Zhu and Carfas both have personal bests under 15 minutes. Zhu's 14.19, whereas the Colombian, his personal best is 15.45. That's about a minute and a half slower than Zhu of Tunisia. So the Colombian is running out of his skin at the moment. He does have the advantage of having the guide with him, but I don't know if he'll be able to keep this pace up, because he's performing way above expectations. It's Elkin Alonso, Serna Moreno of Colombia, who's in silver medal position at the moment, with his guide, who also has a lot of names, German Antonio Naranjo Giaramillo. So 2 runners and 8 names between them.
Defending 2nd very well at the moment, and just behind them is Abdurrahim Zhu on the inside, Nasruddin Carfas on the outside, and just behind them now is Gustavo Nieves Campbello. They have got 5 laps to go as we change our attention to Maria Ivekovic Mestrovic of Croatia.
On the giant screen, you can now
She is
see
going in the first
Maria
women's
Ivekovic Mestrovic,
field final, and that is the women's
11-12.
discus.
Sur les grands géants, lancer du disque.
Let's add a shriek as she lets it go.
12, celle qui met ce concours à droite, Maria.
Mark that, she'll get a white flag for that. Croatian thrower. She walks off, I think she's happy with that one. Hard to tell really, doesn't give much away with her facial expressions. And what does she throw? Chentuf still way ahead, you're not missing anything in the track action. Just have a look at that throw again. Comes out very clean. Right in the middle. Nothing wrong with that throw at all. So just have a drink while they mark that. 4 laps to go now in this T11 5,000 metres, and she's thrown 36.50. It's an improvement on her first throw, which was 36.43, and she is in the lead in the women's discus. The Croatian, ahead of China of the Ukraine, and Legante of Italy. Puts the towel over the head, Wimbledon style, just to keep us warm. There we are, confirmation. Croatia from Ukraine, Italy, and then Russia in the women's discus.
And by the way, there are 2 categories in this, so there's a little bit of weighting in some of the results, which is why the 3rd place athlete has thrown a lesser mark than the 4th placer, but there is a good reason for that. Now, 3 laps to go in this men's 5,000 metres T12 final, and El Amin Chentooth, if you're only just joining us, went away right away at the start, was massively impressive. He's maintained a huge advantage here, and it's now almost 2/3 of a lap that he's clear ahead of the rest. In 2nd place was the Colombian Elkin Alonso Serna Moreno, but El Amin Chentooth has been absolutely incredible, and he's pretty much maintained this frenetic pace throughout. He holds the world record from claiming gold at London 2012, and magnificently so in doing that. And the way things are going, well, he's going to be lapping athletes very, very soon. He looks absolutely incredible. And those in 2nd, 3rd and 4th have maintained their pace, and 2nd at the moment being held by Elkin Alonso, Serna Moreno, just behind him and his guide, Abdurrahim Zhu of Tunisia, Nasseruddin Karpash. There's going to be some race for silver and bronze, and I think that is the real race now, because the gold medal was decided a long time ago, and now he started lapping athletes. 2 to go for El Amin Chentooth. Looks very impressive. He's just lapped the Japanese runner Tadashi Horikoshi. 2 laps to go. Surely the gold is Morocco's.
Yeah, a couple of stories here. One is that Chentooth has just gone flying off and is way ahead of everybody else, and what an impressive run from him. And secondly, the Colombian, whose personal best is 1.5 minutes behind some of the people he's keeping up with, is in silver medal position at the moment, running with his guide. And can he keep that, or will we see the more experienced runners like Zhu and Karpash come past him? And I'd like to see the Colombian get a medal, but I just worry for him that perhaps the others are using him and his guide to get them round, and they'll come past and take the medals at the end. But of course, if you're running with a guide, you're a little bit of a roadblock, so it's not a bad position to be ahead of the others, because it's more people to get round.
Well, I can tell you, El Amin Chentooth is actually getting faster, and as 2nd, 3rd and 4th and 5th cross through with 2 laps to go, he's now in the closing straight for the penultimate time. If he speeds up, he'll have actually lapped most of the field, and he's just overtaken the Venezuelan Roger Rodriguez also. This has been really impressive running from the London 2012 champion. El Amin Chentooth of Morocco hits the bell. 1 lap to go in the men's 5,000 metres T12. A very impressive Brazilian victory earlier in the day, Santos. But I have to say, El Amin Chentooth, this might be one of the performances of the week, and it's only the 2nd track race. He's got 300 metres to go, and this is fantastic running all the way through from the gun. He absolutely pulled away. There's been a big break, by the way, for Zhu and Karpash in the battle for 2nd and 3rd, and they have left Elkin Alonso, Serna Moreno and his guide well back in 4th place. It's a superb break, though, from the start by El Amin Chentooth, and he's got 200 metres to go as he passes the back straight. The other athletes, the Algerian Karpash, is going to take the bell ahead of Zhu of Tunisia. In 4th place at the moment, Elkin Alonso, Serna Moreno, but it's all about the first man here, and very shortly the 5th placer, Gustavo Nieves Cabello, is probably going to be lapped before he takes the bell, because here comes into the final straight, El Amin Chentooth, the champion from London 2012, and he's been a really impressive victor here. He led right from the gun. He shot out in front.
It's going to be a new championship record, I think. It's going to be 14:40 as the championship record, and he's taken 8 seconds off
Fantastic. Great winner. El Amin Chentooth wins the gold, and he made the break on the gun, and you can't do better than that.
14:32.29. It's the first record we've seen. It's a new. You can hear the announcer just announcing that.
And not only that, it's a season's best, it's a championship record, so now he holds both the world record and championship record. And the man who held the championship record, Abdurrahim Zhu, the champion from Christchurch, real tussle between him and Karpash for 2nd place. And it's going to be taken by Zhu in 2nd. Karpash will take 3rd. So the silver medalist from London 2012 takes the silver in Lyon as well. 3rd place is Karpash, and 4th will be Elkin Alonso Serna Moreno of Colombia, but gold to El Amin Chentooth.
And the Colombian's time there, 15:28. And that is a phenomenal run by him. He's taken nearly 20 seconds off his personal best, and for a while it looked like he might get a medal, but then Zhu and Karpash came past, and it became the tall figure of Zhu who got the silver, and Karpash, the shorter Algerian, getting the bronze. But it's all about El Amin Chentooth today, and that fantastic win. He led right from the start, and he set a new championship record. He hasn't beaten his own world record. But what a fantastic run we've seen here today. And in only the second event on the track, we've already seen a new world championship record from El Amin Chentouf of Morocco. He points to the skies and then goes down on his knees, kisses the track, and gives thanks to our higher power for giving him the ability to win that medal. Well done, El Amin Chentouf of Morocco.
And normally, in circumstances like that, you would say, have you ever seen anything in your life like that before? But we have, from him.
We saw him do it in London, and he's done it again here.
Well, he absolutely got it right. It was a remarkable victory in a championship record time. 14 minutes, 32.27 seconds for El Amin Chentouf of Morocco. Abderrahim Jou of Tunisia gets the silver. Nasser Eddine Karpas of Algeria, the bronze. So all the medals go to North Africa. Elkin Serna Moreno, a personal best in 4th. Not quite enough, though.
Very impressive race. I hope you enjoyed our coverage of that. You're watching Paralympic Sport TV. I'm Jeremy Nicholas, Will Downing alongside me, and let's go and have a look at the shot put, the men's shot put, then the javelin, and also we've got the women's discus taking place. And he's thrown just under 15 meters, gets the white flag, so they will measure that. If he gets the red flag, they don't bother. If the athlete doesn't like it, walks out the front of the circle, they don't bother to measure it either.
Well, 14.68 is his best throw so far. He is the defending champion from Christchurch 2 years ago, silver medalist at London 2012, and well in contention again today.
Just a reminder, if you want to send us a message, just put hashtag Lyon 2013 on Twitter and we'll pick it up and give you a shout out wherever you're watching in the world.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Et il faut un officiel par compagnie aux
Mid-long
toilettes.
jumpers just coming out. So let's catch up with the javelin. It's the F57-58 final. Which is the seated javelin. Again, it's a combined category, 57 and 58. 57 is a higher level of impairment. So you can see a situation in this event where somebody will get the silver medal but set a world record. It's set one for the 57 category and the 58 for the speedway.
Of Kazakhstan. There are certain events as well, by the way, because it takes so long to get athletes locked into position. They're allowed to take 3 throws at once. So what that means is that you can have your throws, you can be in 4th place, your first 3 throws, and then you don't get to throw again for maybe 3 yards.
The throws all together because it takes a while to get in and out of the seat. So you can hear that fanfare in the background. That's for the long jumpers arriving. So the standings at the moment, it's Yim Ban Chang of Thailand in the lead at the moment. In the javelin through 44.60 start with, which earns 871 points. There's a point system so they can have the 2 combined categories together. Colombian Cortez 780 points, season's best of 40.57, and then Diouf of Senegal 39.83, 760 points.
Back to the track, and it's the T46 men's 5,000 metres. This was not run at London 2012,
He's the
but it
world
was
record
in Christchurch.
holder. category 45, representing Mexico.
Michael Roger of Australia, Abdel Hadi El Hati of Morocco. We've seen Pedro Meza of Spain, who's got a decent PB.
Representing Italy.
Représentant l'Italie, Davide Dalla Palma.
Now he set his season's best, personal best this year, 15:40.
Representing Algeria.
Représentant l'Algérie, Samir Nouya.
For Algeria, this is Samir Nouaya.
Représentant le
And then it's
Brésil.
Alex Pires of Brazil. We should have seen Abraham Tabai of Kenya, and we haven't. And we didn't see Henry Kirwo of Kenya in the previous 5,000 metres final. Just wonder if something happened along the way, because they both medalled in the last two major championships and they're not here. And if you're an athlete, you'll be ultra competitive. You want to defend your positions in the world. So the third 5,000 metres final of the day is underway. This is the T46. It's Michael Roger of Australia, Abdel Hadi El Hati of Morocco, Pedro Meza of Mexico, Davide Dalla Palma of Italy, Samir Nouaya of Algeria, and Alex Pires of Brazil. Abraham Tabai of Kenya does not start.
So the third of our 5,000 metre races. This is the T46 category. This is for people with upper body impairments. A fairly slow start. Tell if it's a fast or a slow start by how stretched out the field is, and they're very tightly packed together. We would expect these athletes to be somewhere around about the 15.5 for the T45s and the 14.5 for the T46s. That's if they do very good times.
Well, I should tell you the winner from this 2 years ago and the gold medalist in the 1,500 metres at London 2012 was Abraham Tabai, who's not here. So I think we can take it as read that something's gone wrong with the Kenyan delegation on the way here, because they don't win a lot of athletics medals in para sport, and two of the best athletes this week are not here. Right at the front already for Australia is Michael Roger. He set his personal best this year, 14:55. He's the second fastest in the field. In terms of personal best, there's a very strong Australian delegation here who's staying in one of the main hotels. Also making a move up is Samir Nouaya of Algeria, bronze in the 1,500 metres, silver in the 800 at London 2012, and a personal best of 15:28. But Roger has opened up a good lead at the moment, and he'll hope to maintain that pretty much in the same way as we saw from Elamine Chanto from Morocco last time out.
It's a relatively slow start. Everyone just staying together at the moment.
Well, they're keeping things very tight together at the moment, and the fact that the athletes will be looking around, and they compete against each other in major championships year in, year out, so the fact that Tabai is not on the line, they'll all be looking around and fancying their chances of this, because in the T46 he has been the key man in middle distance events over the past few years. He's a really talented athlete, and he's not in the starting lineup here. And thus far they've all been very tightly bunched, and Roger has decided to take on the front running for the moment for Australia, which he won't mind about. Just behind him is Nouaya. They're all very closely matched early on. Also performing quite well from Mexico is Pedro Meza. Now his season's best is the slowest of the lot, 16:43. But at the moment he's well up there. I just wonder if he doesn't quite hit the kick in the final few laps.
Yeah, we'll see what's happened. It looked like no one really wanted to take the lead, and the Australian said, you know what, mate, I'll give it a go. Let's see how he can get on. So it's Michael Roger of Australia, personal best of 14:55.10, which he set this season, so he's in good form, and that's quite a bit faster than the Mexican in second place, who has a personal best of 15:35, so 35 seconds slower. Both from the all the runners are from the T46 category. It's the men's 5,000 metres T46 final. So even though this is the first day of competition here, this is a final. We've seen two 5,000 metres already, and in the second race, we saw Chen Tu from Morocco in the T12 setting a new championship record. So it's the Australian bringing them home ahead of the Mexican at the moment. And the field pretty tightly together still. Lots of good runners in there, some very fast times. But Roger of Australia is looking quite good, and with the Kenyan not in the race, he's the man with the fastest time. So could well be the gold medalist at the end of this race. He's stretching them out a little bit, just injecting a little bit of pace, the Aussie. I think he was a reluctant leader, and he's now, you can see, injecting a bit of pace and stretching that field out down the back straight.
What tends to happen a lot in cycling is that if somebody's been at the front for a long time, they'll suddenly flick the elbow and tell the rest to move in. In athletics, they tend to move to an outside lane, which I think is what Roger was attempting, but nobody wanted to take up the slack. So Noai is also up there, and I don't know if there's a lesson to be learned from Eleni Chenturf earlier on. He just decided, right, I'll go for it from the start, don't care about anyone else. I'll try and finish first, get my gold medal, thank you very much. Decent display also, worth pointing out, for the Moroccan Abdelhadi El Hati. Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia, three athletics nations, but at the moment it is Michael Roger who's up at the front. Very strong Australian delegation, and they obviously want to finish as high in the medals table as they can. 8 laps to go, and just falling out the back early on is Pedro Meza of Mexico, but he does have the slowest season's best, trying to get a little bit of form back, trying to catch up the leading 5, but it is now at the moment a front group of 5, and what was due to be a start list of 7 for this men's 5,000 metres T46 final, with the gold medals so far on the track at Lyon 2013 have gone to Brazil and Morocco.
So we are live on Paralympic Sport TV, and if you miss any of the action, you want to catch up on it, just go to paralympicsport.tv on the web. It will steer you to our YouTube channel, which will have recordings of all of the action from here. We're covering it all live on Paralympic Sport TV. I'm Jeremy Nicholas, Will Downing is the other voice you'll hear. And if you want to send us a message, then use Twitter, and I'm going to suggest that you just put it to @Paralympic, which is the Twitter feed for the Paralympic International Paralympic Committee, which is who we're working for here. And I'll read your message out. So just send it to @Paralympic. If you want to send a message to any of the competitors here, and we'll give them a mention on this worldwide feed. So the Aussies still in the lead, and looking pretty steady, I would say. Going very well indeed. Ahead of the Algerian, that's Samin, Algerian. It's his personal best. That's about 30 seconds behind the Australian, and the Mexican falling right off the pace now, as we expected.
Solid running here from Michael Roger, just ahead of Samu Noaya, and it's interesting that Roger has defended first spot all the time, and Noaya has defended second spot. It's Abdelhadi El Hati of Morocco who remains in 3rd place, then the Brazilian Alex Pires. It's the road to Rio for them. A lot of money's gone into Parasport as a result of that. They obviously are looking to continue the great work done in London 2012 and the Paralympic Games there. At the moment it is a strong Australian advantage as we move back temporarily to the very ultra-competitive shot put here, which Ovets, the Ukrainian, the champion from London 2012, currently leads in 14.96, and it's an advantage of 28 centimeters of Vladimir Andreychenko of Russia.
Very funky outfits the Russians have this year. They had very nice tracksuits, I remember, at London 2012. And they've kept that same theme with the swirly red and white.
This is Sergei Shatilov, who made it up to 3rd place with a personal best throw, and I wonder if he's improved on that. He looks pensive, but he's got a great chance of a medal here, having missed out in the last 2 major championships. 13 meters 40, and his personal best 14.10 keeps him 3rd.
5.5 laps to go in the 5,000 meters T46. As the Russian contemplates that throw. Oh, we have a nice front camera to have a look at him, and you can see the close-up there on that marvellous shirt. Always with the athletics at these competitions, you see lots of the competitors will swap shirts and they'll go back to their country. And I think the Russian shirt this year will be very sought after. I would like one of those, Will. I could see me wearing that back in London.
They actually have a shop in London at the major shopping centre alongside the Olympic Park. That manufacturer, a Russian manufacturer, bought a store there ahead of London 2012, and they sold all the Russian regalia. Also look after Ukraine and Spain, although I believe the design, which is similar to that for the Spanish athletes, isn't universally popular there.
Just staying with the shot put at the moment, but I can tell you on the track that Perez of Brazil has just sneaked into the lead ahead of the Australian.
Andriushenko currently in second place. He threw 14.68 early, which was the season's best. That looks a slight improvement. You break 15 metres, you go into the lead because Holvet's in front. 14.96 is his best attempt so far in this men's F12 shot put for those with medium visual impairment. Has he improved? Don't think it was quite 14.96, but it was mighty close to it. He is the defending champion from Christchurch 2011. 14.44, further improvement needed, and he remains in second place.
Interesting to see that quite a few of them, their third throw has been the best one, and then the fourth one's not quite so good, almost as though they think, yeah, I don't want to stretch myself too much here.
Here is our leader, Andrei Holvet of Ukraine. He's a big man.
Just to keep you up to date with that 5,000 metres on the track, they've got 4 laps to go now, and the Australians back in the lead just ahead of the Brazilian. Here is the Ukrainian Holvet in the lead. He's a big lad. It's strapping on his left elbow. Readies himself. Balances. Big push. Oh, he likes that.
That looks the best throw so far.
I'm guessing that was 15 metres because it hit the 15-metre line. That's, I'm good at estimating them when they actually hit the line. So his previous was 14.96, so that might be just better.
Well, they go by the mark that's closest to the throw line.
Yeah, it's the back edge of the shot that they measure it from. I think that is just slightly better than 14.96, but we'll wait and see. Because the tape is there really just as a guideline. There's the electronic measuring system. So Australia back in the lead in the 5,000 metres. They're just sharing it between them at the moment. Michael Roger, 14.97. I was right. I was just right, Will, by 0.01.
He's improved by a centimetre, and Holvet remains in the lead. So you've seen all the medal positions in the shot put for now. They've had 4 attempts. Holvet leads by 29 centimetres now over Andriushenko with Shatlov in third. Ukraine, Russia, 1, 2, 3.
Can the Australians and the Croatians make any impact on that? We will see. The Australians doing very well, though, in the 5,000 metres T46 at the moment. Michael Roger out there in the lead. And they've we saw that they dropped the Mexican, the Kenyan's not running, and I see that the Moroccan El Hati is now being dropped in the red at the back, so just 4 runners at the moment, and in the lead Michael Roger, then we've got David Della Palma, Samir Nua and Alex Perez.
So it's down to 4, and they've got 2 laps to go, and the move is made by the Brazilian now. Alex Perez, who set his personal best this year, crossed the line first with 2 remaining. Also up there is Michael Roger of Australia, Samir Nouaya of Algeria, who won bronze in the 1,500 metres at London 2012, silver in the 800, and that leaves David Della Palma of Italy, and the 3 medals surely now to be decided between these 4 athletes with 700 metres to go. It's quite a gap back all the way towards the Moroccan in 5th, Abdelhadi El Hati, and there's a further 200 metres for the 6th placer, Pedro Mesa. No real strong move yet. Around 600 to go. Just hitting the front is Samir Nouaya, double major medalist at London 2012, and looking for the mark. This was an event which was not run in Christchurch. Very important to point that out. In 2011, the 1,500 metres was the longest T46 category there. But This is a good piece of defence so far from Samanaya. 500 to go, just ahead of the front runner for most of this race, Michael Roger of Australia. He's in second, and for Brazil in third is Alex Perez, who's just moving up into second place again. But here comes the bell, and leading for Algeria, it's Samuel Noya. And this might just be the best of the three races, the 5,000 metre finals that we've seen so far. Noya hits the front and increases the pace in the final lap. Up there is Roger in third place for Australia, second Perez for Brazil, and the pace really increasing now. And Perez trying to make a little bit of a move on the outside on the back straight. And to overtake Noya here has been a great performance so far. But look at this surge of pace from Noya now. He's fighting back brilliantly with 200 to go.
It's a fantastic race between the Brazilian and the Algerian, and the Australian has been absolutely left for dead as they come round the last bend. Who's going to win this? It looks like the Algerian at the moment from Brazil.
Noya surges away in the final 50, and does Perez have anything left? There's going to be a lap athlete, the Mexican here, but Noya won't care. Silver and bronze in London, gold here. Great victory in Lyon for Samuel Noya. Perez second, Roger third. That's the 1, 2, 3. But that was a really good, well-run race in the end, and it's the Italian Dalla Palma in fourth. But what a finish that was, and Samuel Noya a champion at last.
Very experienced Samuel Noya has had some great results in Paralympic Games. He won gold in Athens in the T46 1500 metres and the T46 5000 metres. He got silver in the 800 metres, so he runs across a number of distances. In Beijing, he got the silver in the 800 metres T46 and also the bronze in the 1500 metres. So very experienced athlete, and he's now won his first World Championship here in Lyon, and he's delighted with that, Samuel Noya. And the Brazilian put everything into it. You can see how much, and for a while it looked like Alex Perez of Brazil was going to win that. But great camaraderie between these athletes.
Personal best right across the board for Noya, Perez. Roger has actually got a continental record, which is obviously a national record, and personal best as well. Dalla Palma, personal best in fourth. Mesa, a season's best in sixth. That was a really well-run race in the end.
It wasn't very different from the previous race we saw, which was just a procession with the Chen Tu for absolutely devastating the field. But here we had a proper race, and Samuel Noya, personal best 15:09.92. Alex Perez of Brazil looked good for a while with about 300 to go. Personal best of 15:10.82. And then Roger of Australia with a new Australian record in third place, so bronze for Australia. And, it's their first medal of the Games. Staying in the Australian team hotel, so might have a few tinnies with them later to celebrate that.
They're going to have a party.
I
think Algeria will too. But just the surge, and it was interesting because Perez made the break with 200 to go, and then instantly Noya just burst on the inside and would not be denied the gold medal.
Yeah, very good tactical racing there from Noya. Very experienced competitor. Started at the Paralympic Games in Athens. Did well there with 2 golds and a silver, and then in Beijing, a silver and a bronze. Very impressive that he can compete over so many distances. He's medalled in 800 and 1500 and 5000. Now he's world champion in the 5000 meters.
So Russell's short his fourth attempt in the men's F12 shot put final. Bronze medalist at London 2012. He was in the medal positions for a long time. I don't think that's going to improve very much. Needs to get beyond 14.50 realistically. Well, maybe. Shaklov is 14.10 in third place for Russia. Personal best for him. Short is a 14.73 thrower at his maximum. That's his personal best. World record holder from 9 years ago, Sun Haitao of China, who won the gold medal at Athens 2004.
So lots of events happening in this morning session, the shot put and the javelin for the men, the discus for the women, the men's long jump as well, and we've had the 3 5,000 metre races. And we've got some more to come as well, and we've got some 200 metres as well.
It's good consistency from Russell Shaw, but 13.76. Their throws coach, by the way, is I think she's from Germany, and she's a very domineering lady where bus drivers are concerned, because we travelled in the coach with her. And there was a fear that the bus might not get here in time, but so far so good for Australia. They have their first medal of the Games, and we have our first medal ceremony of the Games on the way also. And well, I have to say what a really impressive display it was from Oder Santos of Brazil, successfully defending his title. Here's the medal ceremony for the T11 men's 5,000 metres. Cristian Valenzuela of Chile. The guides get medals as well, and the guides also operate largely as chaperones. They're with the athletes all week, look after them as soon as they get off the plane. In many cases they train together also.
The medals will be presented by the President of the International Paralympic Committee.
Les médailles seront remises par le président du Comité international paralympique,
Sir Philip Craven. And by the President of the local organizing
Philip Craven, the President
IPC Athletics
of the
World
IPC, the International
Championships,
Paralympic Committee.
2013.
et le président du Comité d'organisation des championnats du monde d'athlétisme paralympique Lyon 2013, Monsieur Gérard Masson.
Gérard Masson, we saw him at the opening ceremony last night, made a great speech welcoming
Bronze
everyone to this
medalist,
city.
representing Portugal.
So the first medal will go to Portugal, the bronze to Nuno Alves.
And his guide,
Et son guide, Ricardo Habre.
And a reminder, the guide also gets a medal.
It's a very nice touch. Very recent innovation, which means Ricardo Abreu gets a medal that he very much deserves as well, along with Nuno Alves.
Very much in the spirit of these IPC World Athletics Championships. Medals being presented by Sir Philip Craven in a wheelchair to a blind athlete. Of course, then has to be pulled down to get the medal over his head. But no embarrassment or anything. Everyone's just so friendly with these games. Gérard Masson also in a wheelchair, presenting the silver medal to Cristian Valenzuela of Chile.
silver medalist, representing Chile.
Médaille d'argent, représentant le Chili, Cristian Valenzuela.
And his guide,
Well, he was the gold medalist at London 2012, but Cristian Valenzuela has to settle for silver this time, along with his guide, Lucas Yaramia.
Again, Gérard Masson making the presentation to the guide, and they seem to be getting these little lions.
representing Brazil.
Médaille d'or et champion du monde.
And here's the gold
représentant le
for
Brésil,
Oder Santos.
Oder Santos.
Well, he had two guides during this, so I wonder if both guides get a medal. He only has one up with him.
Yes, I can only see one, and I think that's fair enough, really. He had two guides, but everyone else only gets one medal. Otherwise, you could have a whole number of guides and just get all sorts of medals. Adair Santos, very successful Paralympic athlete.
Ladies and gentlemen,
2 silvers in Athens, a bronze.
for the national anthem of Brazil.
3 bronzes in Beijing and a silver in London. The first anthem of the Games, and it is for Brazil and Adair Santos.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés mondiaux.
So Adair Santos celebrates his gold medal, the first champion of Lyon 2013. Adair Santos with his guides Carlos Santos and Samuel Nascimento. Maybe they get to share the medal. Valenzuela, the London 2012 gold medalist, just missing out. And Nuno Alves of Portugal gets the bronze. And the head man, the president of the IPC, Sir Philip Craven, leading the opening medal ceremony here. We've had 2 further men's 5,000 metre races since then. Elamin Chentuf, incredible in winning the T12 men's 5,000 metres from start to finish, ahead of Abdurrahim Zou of Tunisia, Nassereddin Karfas of Algeria. And we've just seen the men's 5,000 metres T46. That was a great race in the end. Samir Nouaya winning for Algeria, Alex Perez of Brazil second, and Michael Roger of Australia in third.
First medal presentation of these IPC Athletics World Championships. Jeremy Nicholas and Will Downing with you here on the Paralympic Sport TV channel, paralympicsport.tv. You can watch us anywhere in the world.
And the sprints are coming, T11, those with complete visual impairment. And we've got 3 in this because they all need guides. It's Kitsane Georgi of Thailand in 3 alongside Pachai Shikampan, Gautier Makundo of France in 5 alongside Gautier Simone, Daniel Silva of Brazil in 7 alongside Heitor Salas.
It's the 200 metres, T11, so they'll start on the bend on the far side of the stadium.
Lane 3, representing Thailand.
It's the first in each heat and the next 4 fastest to qualify for the semi-finals. And Georgi of Thailand has the slowest personal best of the 3, 24:08.
Lane 5, representing France.
First French track athlete of Lyon 2013, Gautier Makunda, gets a really good reception. Glad to say, with the sunshine, has brought the crowds out. It's free ticketing here. You can just basically roll up to the stadium and come in. And it was gratifying to see an entirely full stadium for last night's opening ceremony.
There's Daniel Silva. Remember him from London 2012. Yeah. Physical athlete, likes to show his emotions.
He's a silver medalist at London 2012 in the 200 metres. And he has the fastest personal best in this, which is actually faster than the championship record set in winning for Lucas Prado, who we see next, incidentally.
So we'd expect Daniel Silva to set this stadium alight here. 22:84, his personal best for the 200 metres. 23:20 he's run this season. And they will ask the stadium to be completely quiet for the start of a sprint race for visually impaired runners.
Calma, calma, cara.
So they're using lanes 3, 5 and 7. Daniel Silva out in lane 7. Just takes a while to get everybody set. And we'll see what the Frenchman can do. Gauthier Makunda in lane 5. So Daniel Silva on the outside lane, as expected, storming away. It's Silva of Brazil and Makunda of France coming on in the middle, and Jorchai of Thailand back in 3rd place at the moment. But Daniel Silva setting the pace here, and he's going to get a fantastic time. Daniel Silva 23.01, just outside 23 minutes, and then Gauthier Makunda of France in 2nd place, Hitsana Jorchai of Thailand in 3rd. And job done, just a heat, no point exerting yourself. Daniel Silva will be very pleased with that, well within himself. But that is a season's best for him. He previously run 23.20, his personal best 22.84. Let's just have a look at a replay here. He's away well, Daniel Silva, and he will be certainly a medal contender in this event. The 200 meters T11, we're going to have 4 heats of this. The first in each heat will qualify, and the next 4 fastest qualifiers will advance to the semi-final and then a final. So Daniel Silva definitely through. Gauthier Makunda will have to wait and see if he's one of the 4 fastest. You'll just have either 3 or 4 competitors in each of these heats. Can't have any more because of the guide runners, and it would get a little bit busy out there. It'd be like Piccadilly Circus. Fantastic athlete, Daniel Silva of Brazil, wearing 228 in the famous yellow, green and blue of Sylvia. So 23, well, it's 23.01 as it came across the line, but they've rounded it down to 23 exactly. Gauthier Makunda 23.96. We'll have to wait and see if he's one of the fastest qualifiers. It's the 4 winners of the heats plus the 4 fastest qualifiers into the semi-final. Let's have a look at Sergei Shatilov of Russia with his 6th attempt.
One needs an improvement of half a metre here to improve from bronze. 14.10 is best so far, and that's in and around his best mark. Was a personal best, he said earlier this morning, and that might just open the door for Andrichenko then to have a decent assault on gold. While we were away watching the 5,000 meters finals, Holovets of the Ukraine improved by around 30 centimeters. He's up to 15.22 and looks in very much an unassailable position in the gold medal. So it looks like gold for Ukraine, silver and bronze for Russia.
Very soon we'll hear the Heat 2, 200 metres, T11s will be introduced to the crowd.
Lane 3 is the world record holder.
This features the defending champion from 2 years ago. The world record holder and championship record holder for the Beijing 2008 champion Lucas Prado of Brazil. Also there is Octavio Santos of Angola, Dustin Riley Walsh of Canada, and Zhu Lai of China. All of whom have got guides. Well, Lucas Prado alongside him is Lercio Martins, Nicolau Ernesto Palanza, the guide for Santos of Angola. Dylan Williamson is guiding Dustin Riley Walsh of Canada here. This T11, so completely unsighted. So there's a lot of reliance on the guide, but they still must step back with around 10 meters to go and let the athlete cross the line before them, otherwise they're disqualified. It's a competitive sport, you have to do it right. The Zhu Lai of China being helped by Wang Lin alongside. He in lane 7, nominally the 2nd fastest of this field. We've already seen a Brazilian winner in the opening heat in Daniel Silva.
And up on the giant scoreboard, a message saying silence, please. Very difficult starting sprinting events for these blind runners. And so they're really relying on their guides Just talking them through it.
Proper introduction for Octavio Angelo dos Santos, who has been guided by Nicolau Ernesto Palancia. 22.85 is the personal best of Lucas Prado. His championship record is 22.97. There's just a slight problem with Lucas Prado's blocks. That's the world record from his gold medal performance in Beijing in 2008. Just testing the gun. With no problems for the first heat. It's just a slight one for the second.
So last night at the opening ceremony we had the scouts. Tonight we've got the guides. It's my favourite line of the commentary so far. It might not be yours. You're watching Paralympic Sport TV. Got live coverage of all of these games with me, Jeremy Nicholas and Will Downing. If you want to shout out to any competitor from your part of the world, wherever you're watching across the globe, then just send us a message on Twitter at Paralympic, and we'll try and read out some when we get some downtime in the action. But we're staying with this sprinting just at the moment. Got 4 heats coming up, 4 winners, and then 4 fastest qualifiers into the semis. Looks like they're ready to go down again. Brazilians' blocks have been sorted out. You can see that little sort of purple speaker just behind them. That will make sure the sound of the gun reaches each of the competitors at the same time. So there's no lag at all.
So it's Santos in 1, Prado in 3, Walsh in 5, Zhu Live China in 7. Prado, fastest of the field, is in lane 3. Multi-medalist across major athletics championships. Well, away they go. Prado starting very well in 3. Walsh in 5 also going well, but Prado will take care of the stagger on them all. And as they hit the bend, it's Lucas Prado in the lead for Brazil. The main battle here is for second between Santos and Walsh, but Prado looks so comfortable, being guided very well by Liercio Martins, and Lucas Prado will win for Brazil. It's 23.11. It's a very good swift time. It's not that far away, actually, from his personal best. Very impressive by Prado. He takes it. Very comfortable ahead of Santos and Walsh in second and third. But right from the gun, he was herring out of the blocks sufficiently well. Martins alongside him, his guide, and even by 60 meters, he was a clear leader, and maybe a little bit of easing up in the final 50 meters or so. There's a commentary in some occasions comes from the guide alongside. Santos was working well in second, but looked to be tying up somewhat. Prado winning it. Santos in second place for Angola. Walsh third for Canada. Zhu Lai fourth for China. Prado automatically through to the semi-finals, and the rest will have to wait.
2 Brazilians through to the final then so far. Will there be another one joining them? Because Felipe Gomez will be going in Heat 3. He's one of the fancied runners as well. Brazil very strong at this sprinting discipline, the 200 meters.
So 23.10, the winning time for Lucas Prado. Personal best for both Santos and Walsh in second and third.
And I always think you can't do better than a personal best. You can, of course, you can set a world record, but as long as you've done your best. So can the Ukrainian do better? He's in the lead at the moment, Holivets.
Brilliant.
And previously, remember, he just hit the 15-meter line, and they rate it 14.97. That's going to be 15.3 or something, I would think.
I love you, France.
Oh, it's bigger than that, 15.52. Hello, France, he says. Hello, Andre, you're doing well.
Олежа, забирай, дед.
Lovely to see you. I don't know what you said, but you take care. He's a big lad. Andre Holivets. Brilliant shot putter, and he very deservedly in the lead ahead of the 2 Russians. Just have a look at this replay again. He's the only man to go over 15 meters today. He's gone 15.20 and he's now 15.52.
And that's it, he's the gold medalist. Ukraine get the first field gold.
He's absolutely delighted. Thank you, France, he says. Kisses his coach. And it's still unofficial on my screen at the moment, but it's now it's come up as a result. So yes, he must have won because he's in the lead and there's no more throws. So he's the first gold medalist in the field disciplines. Andrei Holovets, 15.52, ahead of Andryshenko of Russia, 14.68. And Sergei Shatlov did set a personal best of 14.10, and it's enough to earn him a bronze medal. So the Ukraine and Russians sharing the medals there. We'll bring you all the medal ceremonies as they happen. And now it's the men's long jump.
Well, this T37 and 38. Kahoots of the Czech Republic, Shilovs of Latvia, Kalkayev of Kazakhstan, Whitehead of the USA, Onofrenko of Ukraine, Kubasov of Russia, Dalave of South Africa, Chida of Tunisia, 8 of the 10 in this, and Daniel Tataret of Argentina, his first attempt on the far side of the stadium, in and around perhaps just shy of 6 meters. It's the first long jump event. And that undoubtedly is the Ukrainian athlete, by the way, who was in that. It was an obtuse caption which came up. They do have interest in the field events also. Daniel Tatarin was the jumper immediately before Andrei Onofrienko, who was the bronze medalist in Christchurch in 2011. In Parasport, they wear different vests, and in IAAF athletics, because it's normally yellow that dominates. But 5.54 puts Onofrienko in the lead, and you're able to catch that live.
Yes, they have the yellow and the blue, and the change strip is the blue and the yellow. Either way, it would look very good for a sponsorship deal with IKEA. And the sandpit just being raked, and last night for the opening ceremony we had a helicopter land with the French flag, and all the sand was being blown around, and I did fear at one point there wouldn't be enough sand in the pit for these jumpers, but there is, and we'll see how they go. Good start on the run-up, nice running style, just leaning back a little bit at the end there. Good arm action, and he gets the white flag. Oh, way behind the line. He could have got another foot there at least.
Lyon is the Paralympic champion, representing Brazil.
So let's have a look at this third heat of the T11 200 meters. And there's Felipe Gomez. Another one of these star Brazilians. We've already seen 2 wins for Brazil in the heats.
Representing Venezuela.
Here's the Venezuelan. Jesus Diaz. In lane 2. Now he's got a personal best of 24.22, and when you see the Brazilians is 22.97, you expect him to be quite a way back. Anayas Shikongo of Namibia. Now the threat to Felipe Gomez will be from lane 7, the American we're about to see, David Brown. There he is, 22.74, so he has a personal best inside Felipe Gomez, and he set that this season, and Gomez has only set 23.41, so David Brown would be the favourite to qualify for this one, but never rule out the Brazilian, and I would expect Gomez to qualify possibly as one of the fastest qualifiers. So silence please, it says in the stadium. Always they want silence. On your marks. The starter calling for silence in the stadium. I don't know why I'm whispering, I'm miles away, right across the other side, but I feel like everyone's going quiet around me. I remember commentating at London 2012 on the blind football, and the crowd, whenever Team GB were playing, were chanting GB, GB, and the announcer said, can you please be quiet during the football? The players can't hear the ball because there's a little rattle inside the ball. And I was watching the game actually with Sir Trevor Brooking, who's a hero of mine. He went to my old school and he's placed my team, West Ham, and he's now the director of football at the Football Association. And it was so quiet in the stadium, I turned to him, I said, Trevor, it's like watching a game at Arsenal. That's how quiet it was. Do apologise for any Arsenal fans. Do have a reputation for being fairly quiet. And off they go in this race then. So it's Gomez of Brazil in lane 1, Brown of the United States in lane 7. Let's see who's going to be in the lead when they come around the break. It's going to be Brown doing extremely well. Brown going very well from the United States, and a run from the Namibian. The Namibian's going to push the American. Who's going to get there first? It's hard to tell who's got that. I think the Namibian might just have got it ahead of the American. It was neck and neck. But Anais Shikongo of Namibia and David Brown of the United States. And again, you'll have noticed the guides just hang back because the athlete has to go over the line first. Now, who's got this? Instinctively, with the naked eye, I would say the Namibian's got it, but we're at a bit of an angle. We're about 20 metres from the being directly in line with the line, and it looked to me as though Anais Shikongo of Namibia just got that ahead of David Brown, but I wouldn't swear to it. It's a championship record. It's a championship record. They're still checking out who they're going to give it to, but it's a championship record, and it is Shikongo of Namibia with the time of 22.67. David Brown 22.73. Very hard to tell with 4 athletes going over the line, but that is a new championship record for the Namibian, and he's run out of his skin there because his personal best 23.02 is well behind Felipe Gomez and David Brown, and this year he's only run 24 flat. So that's a phenomenal performance from Anais Shikongo of Namibia. He goes through to the final. David Brown will, I would definitely say, be one of the fastest qualifiers because he set a personal best there of 22.73, but a championship record for the qualifier, Anais Shikongo. So that's the second championship record we've seen here today.
So back to the men's javelin throw for F57 and 58.
Practice!
And we're going to see Julius Hutka of Slovakia here, who should get 3 attempts in a row at this. Currently being led by the Iranian London 2012 champion Mohamed Kalvandi. 49.13 is his. Now, there are 2 categories in this, by the way, F57 and F58. So even though the second placer, another Santos from Brazil, Claudini Santos, even though he's 7 meters behind, he has still set a championship record because he is F57. His throw was 42.54.
Which one?
Salem of Egypt.
This one?
Is in third, the bronze medalist from London 2012.
2.
At the moment, 45 meters 02 is the target if you want to get into the medals. Although Hutka being an F57, all he needs is something around 42.50 as it's weighted between the 2 categories. And each throw has to be measured before he takes the next one. Does mean, though, is that it may be 2 or 3 hours before he has his 4th, 5th and 6th attempts. I remember talking to Orla Barry and Catherine O'Neill, who both medalled at London 2012. And it was at the start of the session that they had their first 3 attempts. It was at the end of the session, about 4 hours later, in which they had their next 3. But the good news is there's all 10, so they can all punch below that. 25 Celsius it was heading at the start of the day, and that'll only get warmer. Dimitris Silovs of Latvia, we're about to see next in the men's long jump T37-38. That's currently being led by the Ukrainian. You saw this jump live, Andrei Onofrienko, who won bronze in Christchurch. 5.54 is his. Kukayev of Russia, 5.35 in second place. Whitehead, USA, third, 5.32, which is a continental record, and that is out towards 6 meters again, but it's a red flag, which means his first attempt is a foul. Little shrug, and he's had 2 fouls now. Means he is in a bit of bother. And he was well over. So next up should be Amanat Kalkayev of Kazakhstan, whose personal best is the shortest of the lot here, but actually he's been very close to it, 491. His PB is 496. Currently in 6th place of the 10 finalists. And this is his second attempt. So he's got a 5-meter barrier to break. Might not necessarily put him in contention.
Representing Portugal.
At least the personal barrier that he's broken. So now we're moving back to the track, and the 4th and final heat of the men's T11 200 meters. Timothée Adolphe of France, Firmino Baptista of Portugal, and Fernando Ferrer of Venezuela.
Just a reminder of the qualifiers so far. We've had Daniel Silva of Brazil is through, Lucas Prado of Brazil, and then Anais Chikongo of Namibia. The 3 definite qualifiers, and then the 4 fastest qualifiers will come through.
I think you called it well in the previous heat, though. David Brown of the United States, just by sheer mathematics, is the fastest loser so far and can't be overtaken because there's only going to be 2 non-automatic qualifiers out of this, so he has to be through. It's only the heat winner and the next 4 fastest who advance to the semi-finals. This is T11, so it's total visual impairment. But they have to wear sunglasses, blackened out sunglasses, just in case. Adolphe of France in 3, Baptista Ferrer 3, 5 and 7. So a lot of home support for Timothée Adolphe of France in lane 3, and he started very well. They look quite level here as they hit the bend. Baptista in 5, Ferrer in 7. Lots of support for the French athlete, but now Fernando Ferrer with Javier Herrera alongside the Venezuelans coming good. But here comes Adolphe for France. Adolphe's going to take the victory for France, surely. Really good heat victory for the host nation. And the tip of the line, Baptista looked to be second for me for Portugal, and Ferrer third for Venezuela. It's 23.87, and that is Timothée Adolphe right through to the final. The men's 200 meters for the host nation France came good in the final 60.
Very popular win. French support for their local favourite. Fernando Ferrer of Venezuela messed up the dip. He dipped too early.
Just really impressive running here, because at one stage he was 3rd, and then just look, not just him gritting his teeth, but his guide as well, and they got that absolutely right. Cedric Philippe is his guide, and that was impressive running. So we have a French finalist, and it's a personal best for Timothée Adolphe as well. 23.86 has been rounded down to. Baptista in 2nd place, and Ferrer in 3rd, and those are our finalists. Chikongo with a new championship record. David Brown finishing 2nd in that heat. Personal best goes through as the 2nd fastest. Silva, Prado, Gomez. It's possible, as we had in some categories in London 2012, of a Brazilian clean sweep. 2 French finalists also. Andrei Onofrienko with a first round leap of 5 meters 54 leads this men's long jump and has an advantage right now of 4 meters alongside the other F58 athlete. .554, he has jumped, kicking off 5:35. Whitehead 5:32, the 1, 2, 3 so far.
Here he goes. Can he improve?
Looked like he did. That's a good lead. White flag.
And so the T37s and T38s alongside each other in this discipline, and so there's a point system, and at the moment it's 778 points the Ukrainian has. The Russian has 762 for their relative jumps. It's a legal jump. He's got a few inches to play with there. Going off slightly to one side. They don't like to waste too much sideways energy. But that is better than his first jump, and that's 5.86, and that confirms his position in the lead. 876 points he'll get for a jump of 5.86, and then Kugayev of Russia 5.35, Whitehead of the States 5.32, and then Argentina in third place, Tatarin 5.14.
That's a really good improvement of 30 metres though for our leader in this competition.
And the first British competitor that we've seen so far at these games, Nathan Stevens.
This is in the men's javelin, incidentally. Gold medalist, defending champion from Christchurch 2011 in the F57, F58 men's javelin throw. Which is currently being led by the Paralympic champion from London 2012, Kilvani of Iran.
Nathan Stevens, well tattooed for these games.
We have track action also, and we're moving to the T12s and the men's 200 metres.
Yep, the men's 200 metres. And the athletes just taking their place on the lines here. So the T12, it's a lesser impairment for visual impairment, so not all of these athletes will have guides. In fact, just the American in the first heat's going to have a guide, and then the Portuguese runner in the third heat.
Andrea Dalave of South Africa trying to get amongst the medals. Needs an improvement of around half a metre in order to do that. Didn't really look to have used the board at all to me, but that's not bad, and I think that might just have put him up among the medals. 5.21 is the target. This is second attempt. Just with the naked eye, looked to me, he didn't use the board at all.
No, not at all.
That's about 30 centimetres he's given away, and yet he might still be up there in the top 5 as a result of that.
It's wasted though, his coach won't be happy.
He's gone second. 5.43 is a season's best, and the reason that he left such a huge gap was because there was a foul in the first round and he wanted to make sure he got into the final stages. But he goes second, and he gave 30 centimetres away, so realistically that was a 5.70 jump, which only comes up as 5.43.
Yeah, so good, sensible long jumping there. I was a bit cruel saying, a bit scathing, wasn't I, saying he's given a lot away. What he's actually done is been very professional, very sensible, and made sure he's got a result on the board because he messed up his first jump. And so he's in second place, and South African, and well done for that. And now he can afford with his third jump to perhaps put a little bit more into it and not play quite so safe. So Chida of Tunisia. Good run up. Good action at the end there. Gets the white flag. Like a John McEnroe style headband. Good feet forwards at the end of the jump there. Again, he's well behind the board. Not as far back as the South African, but he can improve on that. That looked a decent jump. 5.56, that will put him up into third place. Now, even though he's jumped further than the South African because of the point system between the T37s and the T38s, the Tunisian only gets 785 points, whereas the South African gets 790 for jumping not quite as far. South African actually has jumped a season's best, and the Tunisian in the bronze medal position at the moment. Chida of Tunisia.
I know the point system confuses some, but if you just interpret it a la the decathlon, you get points for what you achieve, and it's points in this that win prizes.
Absolutely, that's like your game show catchphrase. Points win prizes. And so there is a sliding scale. For a T37 runner, you'll win so many points for however far you jump. the T38, you won't get as many points for jumping the same distance.
The men's 200 meters T12 semi-final 1.
So there is the start list for the men's 200 meters, the T12. The man to watch out for in this is going to be Artem Loginov of Russia, and he'll face competition from Josiah Jameson. There is Josiah.
États-Unis d'Amérique, Josiah.
And he's the only athlete in this race that will have a guide runner. Josiah Jameson, personal best of 22.52, 22.73 this season, and he's got Jerome Avery as his guide runner. This is the man we expect to qualify, Artem Loginov of Russia, personal best of 22.03, but so far this season just 23.43.
Next time, representing Poland.
Jerzy Wisbicki from Poland. 23.55 his personal best, and from Portugal in the outside lane it's Rodolfo Alves with a PB of 23.92. So it's going to be, I would think, between Josiah Jameson of America and Artem Loginov of Russia. It's the American who's in form so far this season, but the Russian has the best personal best time. And again, they're asking for silence in the stadium. On your mark, says the starter. Two blocks there, but he'll only be using one. Just the American on the inside lane that'll be using both blocks. Josiah Jameson and Jerome Avery, his guide runner. Hope you're enjoying our coverage here on Paralympic Sport TV with me, Jeremy Nicholas, and Will Downing alongside me. Beautiful day here in Lyon, in the Stade de Rhône, in France's second city on the banks of the River Rhône. And here we go, and they're away. And it's Josiah Jameson away very well with his guide runner on the inside lane, and Artem Loginov already making up ground on Jerzy Wisbicki, and Rodolfo Alves out of it already from Portugal in lane 7. So Loginov going very well indeed from Russia. In the inside of him is the American, but it's the Russian who qualifies, and the American will have to wait and see if he is a fastest qualifier. So it's going to be 3 heats of this, the first in each heat, and then just one fastest qualifier. So the man definitely through, Artem Loginov of Russia, living up to his promise of having the best, personal best. And he is safely through to the next round. Josiah Jameson will have to wait. And you notice for the sprinting, the guide runner is not tethered in any way to the athlete. Josiah Jameson's guide runner nearly overtook him, which would have messed everything up if he'd gone past in the lead on the line. But Artem Loginov of Russia safely through to the final of the men's 200 meters in the T12 category. Just 3 heats in this.
Just watching that back, I'm not sure the American guide was actually tethered to him.
He wasn't.
So he was obviously shouting instructions alongside, and then went back. So
it's almost like having a running commentary. Yeah, he wasn't tethered to him. So the qualifier, 22.64 Artem Loginov, 23.25 Josiah Jameson. We'll have to wait and see if he is the fastest qualifier.
There is no margin for error. If you don't win your semi-final, there's no guarantee you're going through to the final of the men's 200 meters T12. Gold medalists from London 2012 we will see next, incidentally. But for now, we're returning to the men's long jump, which is proving quite competitive. And Akhil Whitehead had been in the bronze medal position. He's dropped down into 6th place. It's a continental record of 5:32 that he leaped down to in the first round.
What can he do here? I can never quite take people seriously when they wear long socks. But maybe he has calf muscular problems. Here he goes. Whitehead of the States. Good high stepping style.
Red flag.
Yeah, we heard him hit the board actually. You actually heard him hit the board.
And I think he was spectacularly over as well.
Yeah.
But you do have a lot of protective leggings as well, just to help the calf muscles also. And he was well over.
Un nouveau record du championnat au lancer du championnat féminin catégorie S57 représentant le Brésil, Lyon Santos, 42 mètres 54.
And here's Nathan Stevens in the javelin as the music from Star Wars blares out curiously. Nice high throw from Nathan, gets the white flag. He'll be pleased with that. It's a nice warm-up. His season's best, 8.73 for a throw of 39.69. 39.69, it's a season's best for Nathan Stevens. That will be good enough to see him into 4th place in the javelin.
So now this is the second semi-final of the men's 200 meters T12. And the reigning Paralympic champion from London 2012 is in this in lane 7, Mateusz Michalski. The silver medalist in the 100 meters. Tiago Sequeira of Brazil goes in this. Season's best isn't bad, but it's still a 7.5 behind Michalski. No guides in this. 3 athletes on their own. It's T12, so it's medium visual impairment as opposed to T11, which is complete. It has the inside lane. Can he keep it up? He's enthusiastic anyway. I hope he as enthusiastic at the end than he is at the start. Week Deval Descarrega of Spain. 23.74 is the season's best. His personal best is right the mark of Sequeira, but really well behind that of the World and Paralympic champion, Mateusz Michalski. He is the class act of the field, and he is the man they all have to try and topple. The awareness of para sport is growing all the time in Poland. Generally, they're very good sports coverage there anyway. So Michalski is becoming a very well-known name in his native land. And very well known among 200 meters runners in the T12 category, and don't the rest know about that? Some very good candidates, by the way, for the gold medal will come in semi-final 3 as well, but Michalski is the man to focus on for now. 21.56. It's the world record, his personal best set in winning gold at London 2012. Sequeira of Brazil in 3. Descarrega of Spain in 5. Michalski of Poland is in lane 7. And they're away first time. It's a good solid start by Michalski, as you'd expect, but also Descarrega of Spain's going well in 5, but now Michalski, as they straighten up, his class is showing, he's well ahead of the rest, and Michalski, the reigning world and Paralympic champion, is going to take this. It's going to be a very fast time as well. It could be under 22 seconds. Michalski is going to take it. 21.86. He wins it. Very impressive. Best time so far. Descarrega second for Spain and Sequeira third for Brazil. And that was a quality run. And I make that a championship record, by the way. 21.85. Impressive. Descarrega in second, Sequeira third. And I think he has shattered the championship record by 0.4 of a second. 21.85. Mateusz Michalski takes it.
That's phenomenal in sprinting, to take 0.4 of a second off the championship record. That is great work. And it's being announced to the crowd. We get something on the big screen at the end with some fireworks. Championship record. Record de champion.
Interesting thing is that the championship record wasn't set in the final in Christchurch 2 years ago. It was in the semi-final by Hilton Langenhoven of South Africa, which wasn't surpassed by Michalski in Christchurch in the final, but he surpassed it here. That's why he's the favourite.
Yep, 22.25, Hilton Langenhoven in Christchurch. And
this the new mark, 21.85 for Michalski. Championship record. Descarrega will do well to reach the final from there.
Okay, we're expecting in the third semi-final that the Russian will do well, Fedor Trikalic. He has a PB of 21.81, and he'll face competition from Maximiliano Rodriguez Maggi of Spain, 22.87.
Women's discus, Zhang of China, currently lying in second place. 35.24 for F11s and F12s, those of the strongest visual impairment. And it's done in a point system here. She's F11, Oksem, the leader from Russia, is F12. So there's a gap of 5.5 meters between them, but only 24 points. So if Zhang improves by maybe 20 centimeters, she could take the gold. 908 points going into this.
She put everything into that. A shriek as she let it go. Takes off the blindfold, rubs the back of her head. It's hard to tell if she's happy with that or not. It's a decent throw. Her best so far, 35.24 for 908 points. And she's just 22 points behind the Russian, who threw 40.80 for 930 points. So she's thrown 34.55, which is her second best throw, but not any better than her lead one, so she's going to have to settle for second place. Which is why the coach is just giving her a pat on the back, saying, you did your best, you're second.
They led the medals table in the London 2012 athletics so impressively. Sophia Oksem, though, there's her final attempt, and the gold medal is now hers. Personal best, 40 meters 80 earlier in the competition.
So she can really go for this now. She's got the gold medal already. She can either enjoy it or she can try and set a new record. Throws it well, gets the white flag. She knows she's got the gold, but can she improve on her own personal best of 40.80? She's shaking her head. I think she knows that well, the look on her face suggests that she knows she hasn't beaten her PB, but she won't mind. She's just won herself a gold medal at the IPC Athletics World Championships, so she'll be delighted with that. Oksem of Russia, F12 competitor, waves to the camera, puts the hat on. Shake hands with an American competitor, a guide. Croatian comes across and says, well done. Croatian getting the bronze. And so Sophia Oksem, 37.84, well within herself, no point getting injured. She'd already won it with a PB of 40.80. And Sophia Oksem is the gold medalist in the women's discus F11, F12.
And she's the 5th gold medalist of Lyon 2013, and 5 different nations have taken glory. Russia joining the list ahead of Zhang Langmin of China in second place. Maria Ivekovic-Mestrovic of Croatia was in third. Golds so far for Ukraine, Russia, Brazil, Morocco and Algeria. And there's only 200 to go for the rest of the week.
So a 5-way tie at the top of the leaderboard. So it's the third semi-final, the men's 200 metres, the T12, and this is where we're expecting Fedor Trikalic to qualify for the final. He'll be the first man we're introduced to from Russia. Maximiliano Rodriguez Maggi of Spain has a PB of 22.87, but it's the Russian with 21.81 we expect to qualify. Just one qualifier from each of the 3 semi-finals, and then the fastest qualifier will join them in the final. There is the Russian, Fedor Trikalic. Very distinctive fair hair.
For the men's 200
Again, he's got
meters,
those long socks
T12,
on.
semi-final 3.
In the red, white and blue of Russia. This is the T12 visually impaired sprinters. World record.
He got the silver medal in the last Paralympic Games.
21.56 from Mathius in London, which just saw Hilton Langenhofen's championship record beaten in that previous semi-final. It's Fedor Trikalic. A lot expected from him.
He got the bronze medal in the last World Championship.
Will he be as quick as Artem Loganov, who very impressive winner from his country, Russia, in that first heat? Rodriguez Maggi of Spain. 4:11.
Lane 7, representing Portugal.
There's Gabriel Potra, and he has a guide runner, João Pinto. And we don't expect Gabriel Potra to qualify because his PB is a couple of seconds behind Fedor Trikalic. 23:43, Trikalic 21:81. Asking for quiet in the stadium. On your marks. Just settling down in the blocks. So Trikalic of Russia on the inside lane. Rodriguez Maggi of Spain, lane 7. And then Gabriel Potra with his guide João Pinto in lane 7 for Portugal. And they're away. And everyone's off to a good start. Fedor Trikalic already catching up with Rodriguez Maxi. And Fedor Trikalic coming well. And it's going to be between the two on the inside. Fedor Trikalic running the bend, looking very, very strong indeed. The Russian's going to qualify. Just wait to see what his time will be. And Rodriguez Maggi from Spain in second. But Fedor Trikalic, at a time of 22:53, gets through to the final to join Artem Loganov, the other Russian, in the final. So Fedor Trikalic running well within himself. His PB's 21:81, and he's run 22:52 there. Rodriguez Maggi of Spain. We'll wait to see if his time is good enough, but I don't think it will be.
When saying that, it's still a very impressive season's best for him. It takes 0.7 off his previous mark run earlier this year, so he's peaking maybe at the right time. Could be a great battle in the final.
We shall wait and see what happens with that one. Get confirmation of the times coming up. Trikalic first, 22:52. Superb looking athlete. Fedor Trikalic from Russia, winning that third semi-final of the T12, 200 meters. Straight down, takes his spikes off. Rodriguez Maggi qualifies with a time of 22:93. So he is through. And Gabriel Potra of Portugal was the third runner in the race with his guide. So those are the qualifiers then. Mikalski of Poland with the fastest time, Trikalic and Loganev of Russia, and the fastest qualifier, Rodriguez Maggi of Spain. And they will compete to see who will be the gold medalist in this 200 meters T12. So some fast times we've seen today. We've seen some records, we've seen some medals, and a great start in beautiful weather here at the IPC Athletics World Championships in Lyon.
We also have a couple of medal ceremonies, by the way, to round off this opening session. The track action is over for now, but we still have a couple of field finals to be decided. The men's javelin and the men's long jump. Women's discus was won by Sofia Oxem. This is one of the main contenders now in the men's long jump, and Dele Alves really improved fantastically. This off tape, a season's best 5:79 has put him in the gold medal position of the T37-38 men's long jump.
This was the South African we saw earlier who messed up his first jump, did a very safe second jump to make sure he got on the board, and now in the third one he's shown us really what he's made of, 5.79, and that puts him in the lead with 898 points. It's a season best for him, ahead of the Ukrainian who jumped 5.90, which is further, but he's a different category, so he only gets 887 points.
Now this caption is putting it in terms of distance, but Dele Alves is in the gold medal position right now. It's a dual category 37 and 38, so it's the points that decide it, and Dele Alves is 11 points clear of Onufrienko.
Yeah, slightly misleading, that caption that just came up, because
and this
we
is
think the South African's in the lead.
Incidentally.
Yeah, that is the Ukrainian.
And that was his best jump so far. That it is the longest jump we've seen of 5.90, but it is not for now the gold medal jump. Has him in second place.
Yeah, we're sticking by our guns here and saying the South African's leading, and then it's the Ukrainian, even though the Ukrainians jumped further because it's a different category, 5.90, and the South African in 5.79 gets 898 points compared to the Ukrainians' 887. Season's best for the South African, and very good jumping after messing up the first one. Sensible second one, and then really showing us what he was made of with the third one. And he's in the gold medal position. Ukraine in silver at the moment, and the Tunisian Chida in bronze at the moment.
But there's a lot of athletes who, if they have a first round foul, will then try and push it too much in the second and will foul again. So they go into the third round, which is, if there's a no jump in that, then they don't have the final 3 jumps and they're out of the competition. So it's always said, and I know loads of coaches who say it and they try and drum it into their athletes. If you have a foul in the first round, then just do something, even if it's mediocre in the second round, you're on the board, make sure that you have your full 6 attempts.
Just get your name on that board. There's no point coming home saying, oh, I jumped a long way, but I've got a red flag.
Amanat Kalkayev. His best performance was 5:07 in the third round. We will have a medal ceremony coming up, by the way. But we're sticking with the long jump for now. And this is Kalkayev, who so far has jumped 491, 498, and 5:07. I told you earlier he'd never jumped beyond 5 meters in his life, what he did in the third round. But before all that, it's the medal ceremony for the men's 5,000 meters T46.
This is the one where we saw Samir Neuer win the gold medal from Algeria, ahead of Alex Pires of Brazil and Michael Roger of Australia.
Yep, Roger, very, very good athlete. Performed really strongly, and he will pick up the bronze medal here.
Bronze medalist representing Australia.
Médaille de bronze, représentant l'Australie, Michael Roger.
Well, Brad Scott, who's going in the 800 meters, has been watching. And he says everybody gets this chap's name wrong. It's Michael Roger, who's won the bronze medal for Australia. Great performance. Biggest achievement of his career to date. And Australia's first medal of Lyon 2013.
So he's saying it's Michael Roger, is he?
And for that, Brad, we wish you the very best of luck in your race.
Thank you very much for Brad. Brad's our official Australian pronunciation guide. Good on you, mate. And good on Michael Roger.
Representing Brazil.
Médaille d'argent, représentant le Brésil, Alex Pires.
Alex Pires of Brazil took the silver medal.
Just for a while, he looked like he was going to get bronze with about 300 to go. He was coming past, and then Samir Neuer just put his foot on the gas. But it's another medal for Brazil, the silver medal. Brazilians will be hosting the Paralympics in Rio, and they've got a strong contingent here, and they've got another medal.
Gold medalist and world champion representing Algeria.
Médaille d'or et champion du monde, représentant l'Algérie, Samir Nouioua.
Great performance by Samir Nouioua. Gold medal for Algeria to add to the silver and bronze he won at London 2012. 15:09.92 the winning time. And that was a really great, well-run race because either Nouioua, Pires or Roger could have got the gold medal, and in the end it was the Algerian.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able for the national anthem of Algeria.
It's the first time this week that we will hear the national anthem of Algeria, but probably not the last. That's a nice jaunty tune for you, the national anthem of Algeria. Celebrate victory for Samir Nouioua in the men's 5,000 metres T46. He gets the gold, Brazilian silver and Australian bronze.
So they all get a medal, and they all get a little lion to take away from Lyon.
The Lyon Lion. As yet unnamed, so we're going to give him a different name every day, and it's Leo today.
Leo today, Lenny tomorrow, I always think. He probably does have an official name, doesn't he? We ought to try and find out the name of the lion. But maybe we should have a competition to name the lion. No, it probably already has been. But all the medalists get a little lion from Lyon to take away, and they hold up their medals as they go down the tunnel, being applauded by the scouts in red. And Samir Neuer was holding up his accreditation pass as he walked down the tunnel to an official, and I thought, to be honest, mate, you've got a medal around your neck. I reckon they're going to let you through. You've got a medal and a lion. You don't need to show your accreditation pass. The Algerian winning the gold medal.
Daniel Tartarin of Argentina in the 4th round of the men's long jump. This T37 and 38 at the moment being led by Andrea Dalla Ave of South Africa. He slept 5.79. That's 898 points. Andrei Onofrienko of Ukraine, second, 11 points behind. 5.25, an improvement for him, and he is up to 5th place. Akil Whitehead. Continental record earlier. Was in 3rd, now he's 7th. 5 meters 32. He's an F38 athlete as opposed to some of the others who are F37. And he's on 697 points, which is 201 behind our leader, Dalla Ave.
The names of all the athletes who qualified for the final of the men's 200 meters T12.
So what can Whitehead do from America here? Crouches down, just waiting for the announcer to be quiet in the stadium. Takes a good run. He's a fast runner. Good takeoff. Good forward stretch. Hasn't got a white flag yet that I can see.
Does now.
Does now. Looks like the moths have got at his vest, the back. Ah, there's the white flag now. She was a little bit late with that. Saw the traffic cone coming in saying there were roadworks, but I never saw the flag, and then eventually she's put it up. Just had to take an extra little stride there. That might affect the distance. He's in 7th place. Just had to readjust his footing. It's a legal jump. Will he be able to improve on his position of 7th? 4.98, he can't. Just that little readjustment just meant that he was behind his opening first jump, and his other two were wrong.
You can see how he fell out of the medals, though. Really impressive, solid opening jump of 5.32, but 2 fouls after that and not able to improve on it, and that's why he's dropped from 3rd to 7th, as the others have improved as the competition has gone on.
He looks like he might have injured himself. He seemed to be limping slightly as he came out of that pit. You never quite know if that's a sort of sympathetic limp when you haven't done quite so well. And
the graphics have been ironed out, by the way. Dalla Ave is now graphically in the lead as the Russian comes forward. Chairman Kobysov, 5.21 is best so far, 709 points, but it still only has him down in 6th place, and realistically needs an improvement of around 30 centimeters to get in with a medal chance.
Glad we stuck to our guns on the South African being in the lead there. It was always worrying when it comes up differently to what you're saying it, but you have to stick to what you believe, and they have fitted in with us. That wasn't a brilliant jump, although he very good feet positioning. Just seemed to go a little bit wrong at the end.
Ideally, they should both be trying to plant their 2 feet in at the one time. It's his best jump so far, 5.25, but because of the landing technique, it might have cost him 10 centimeters, and his coach is not happy.
Very animated Russian lady. She looks a little bit angry.
His stablemate, Gotcha Kugaya, 5.35 is best so far. Slight improvement, perhaps. That's for Kobysov. He used the board so well, absolutely perfectly. Then it was just the second half of the jump went wrong.
Just seeing it from every angle. Yeah, he's been ticked off by his coach, I think.
Has come up as 5.17, which is his worst jump to date. 5.35 his best. And his third round jump wasn't too far away. He was only 1 centimetre off, but just hasn't been able to capture the same standard. Kahoot, by the way, of the Czech Republic and Silovs of Latvia have not made it through to the final 3 jumps. It's a la the IAAF World Championships, top 8 going through to the final. And the man in third is Mohamed Farah China of Tunisia. 5.77 was his third round jump. And at the moment needs to improve realistically by around 14 centimetres in order to gain 1 place.
So the medals are going to be decided between Tunisia, Ukraine and South Africa, you would think. I think the South African's looking favourite at the moment, but the Tunisian in the McEnroe headband, good striding action. Again, he had to just readjust his feet there. I don't think he will have improved on his best so far, which is 5.77, which earned him 851 points. Just have a look here, just readjusting just there. And I don't think that that is going to be better than 5.77, but we shall see. Lands well. Oh, he's got his arm up, he's happy. And that is 5.60, so it's his second best jump of the day, but not better than his third jump. And it seems to follow a pattern that the third jump is always the best, the fourth one is the second best, but why that is.
Andrei Onofrienko, bronze in Christchurch in 2011. 5.90 is the longest jump of the day, but it's not the leader because of the point system. And I don't think he used the board at all there, and he's still got out close to 6 metres. Needs to improve by 11 points to match De La Ave's effort, which was 11 centimetres lesser.
He almost seemed to fall sideways out of the sandpit and looked at the sand almost as though, are you sure you haven't moved slightly? As he goes way over to the left there and actually ends up on the grass almost.
Bit of an awkward style of that jump, the right leg just straight across. That looked to me to be in around 5.90 or 5.74. It's his third best jump so far, but he needs a little better. A nation which has really come on in the last 10 years, both in para-sport and athletics and the IAAF scene in field events. Andrea De La Ave of South Africa is our leader, 5.79 in the third round. No jump in the first round, but he got out to 5.43 in the second, which was the right thing to do. Here he is trying to improve his 5.79 from the last round, but it's a red flag and it's a foul, and he won't improve, but he's still in the lead.
Not happy with that. Stamps his foot in disappointment with himself. Yeah, he's just asking how far over he was, and he's holding out his hand saying, was I about this far over? And the official saying, no, you were a lot further over than that. You were well into the red. No, you were further than that, Andrea. It's no, you can't, it's almost like he's a fisherman. Was it that big? No, it was much bigger. Much bigger. You were way over, man. His heel is on the white, but his toe is well into that red plasticine.
Well, we're sticking with this for the time being. I'll just update you on the javelin. It's been done in throws of 3 for each athlete at the moment. Just past the halfway mark, but that's being led by Mohamed Kalvandi of Iran, the London 2012 champion. We're right into the 5th round already, and that will be a red flag. Claudine Santos of Brazil is in 2nd place right now, and Raid Salem 3rd. That is in the men's javelin, which we shall rejoin a little later, but at the moment it's the back markers, if you like, who are having their attempts there. So Kalkaev, he's had the jump of his life here, 5.07 earlier, but that's a foul with his penultimate attempts.
So all the track action has finished here now for the morning session. It's just the field events that we have to wrap up, but we're hoping that you'll join us for this afternoon session as well. We've got some women's 200 metres action to look forward to.
Now this is Daniel Tartarin. Whitehead, who we thought was limping away last time, has skipped his 5th round jump, so Tartarin's had a go here. This is 5th round leap, his best 5.25. Had a foul in the 1st round, but he's increased with his next 3. Gets a white flag.
Look, it's an extraordinary landing. Watch the way he takes off well, but he lands almost on his back. And you'd think this would hurt. Oh,
Probably does.
yeah. Turns over right to one side, and of course it's the furthest back point that you mark, and usually people land on their bottom and then slide through, but he landed on his back. It looked like almost like when you do a bombing motion in a swimming pool and you come down really hard and it makes a big splash. But yeah, 488. I think that's because he fell backwards, I think.
I think he's cost himself maybe half a metre there with the awkwardness of the landing.
Son longueur
Apart from the no
masculin.
jump, it's his
Sur le
shortest
départ,
attempt so far.
catégorie T37,
Now, this is
Whitehead,
Whitehead,
continental.
who was due to jump before Tartan, but he's jumping after, but he's been allowed a bit of grace. That continental record 5:32 earlier, which he's not been able to improve on. That was in the first round, and he's not come close since.
I think he's carrying a niggling injury because he limped away from the pit after his last jump. And we'll see what he does. Whitehead from the USA, very low stooping style running. Now he comes up right, high stretch, comes out that. Oh yeah, now you can see there.
He's in trouble.
He is in trouble. He's pulled a muscle somewhere.
And it didn't look to me as if he used the board either, in truth. And I think that might just be a man who was in bronze medal position earlier today. I think he's heading towards the end of his competition. He put a lot into that, and hopefully, for his sake, not too much.
But it's his left calf, I would say, that's gone, and he seemed to be shielding that left side, left leg, as he jumped, and that he won't have improved, I don't think.
That's 492. And he has not been able to go past 5 metres since his opening round attempt of 5:32, which had him in the medals, but now he's down in 7th place.
Disappointment for Akil Whitehead of the United States. He had great hopes here, but I think he is nursing some kind of an injury to his left leg, his calf possibly. So here's the Russian in 5th place, Kobysov, German Kobysov. Again, he had to readjust his footing a little bit. It's short of the 6-metre mark. His best so far has been 5:35, and I'm not sure that he's improved on that. No, it's a no jump, he's into the red. So he will stay in 5th place with 5:25. That gives him 724 points. And the other Russian, Kugayev, 5:35, 762 points.
This, by the way, for athletes T37, T38, those with cerebral palsy and acquired brain injury, and the higher the final digit, then the more able the athletes are, which is why they're getting good leaps out towards 6 metres here. Board wasn't used at all there by Kugayev. He was, well, giving away 30 centimetres or more there. 5:77 his best attempt, and if he got that plus the 30 centimetres, probably be in the gold medal position now.
Yep, 5:35 his best so far today, and that was going to be considerably less than that.
And it's a no jump anyway, which I find curious because to the naked eye, I didn't think he was anywhere near the board. Into the medals now, Mohamed Farah Chida of Tunisia. 5:77 is best so far. He's an F38, as is the man in silver, Andrei Onofrienko, which means he has to improve by 14 centimetres to move out of bronze and up. Bronze.
No one wants a brown medal, that's the thing.
But bronze medals are brown.
They are brown, you're absolutely right. Maybe the French pronounce them bronze medals, who knows? Chida just getting into the zone. And here he goes. Good running action. Looked a legal jump.
It's a good leap. I think he just clipped the edge of the board as he was taking off, and that is, I think, an improvement perhaps.
Gets a white flag.
5:77 is best. It's in and around that, within 20 centimetres. Just clip the front of the board. From his perspective as he was taking off. So he was nowhere near the plasticine. 5.60 for the second jump in a row. His joint second best attempt, but 5.77 is still the pick of the bunch.
So the Ukrainian and the South African still to go on their 5th jump each. Just looking ahead to some of the events we've got for you in the afternoon session. We've got the women's shot put, the men's discus, the men's long jump, and we've got some women's T53 and 54 200 meters for you.
Onufrienko there, his penultimate leap, 5.90 his best so far from the 3rd round, but doesn't seem entirely satisfied with what he's achieved. Again, it looks a solid effort, and it's in and around what he's leapt all day. 5.74, 5.86, 5.90 his best.
Leur 4e, 5e et 6e essai. Pour l'instant, 3e position.
2 years ago in Christchurch, prospect of improving on that. 5.95, and he's in the lead.
And I thought something had happened because I heard some squealing. And as the crowd saw the score come up, 5.95.
But there was absolutely no reaction from him after he landed. He's improved by 5 centimeters, and he is 1 point ahead of Andrea Della Ave.
So what can the South African do now? Just looking ahead to this afternoon, we've got some T42, 44 men's high jumping to come. We've got some T12 200 meters, some shot put for the F12 category in the men's, some more javelin. We've got the 800 meters for the T11 women's runners, and Brazil again very strong in that.
Just nipping back to the men's javelin, where Yimban Chang of Thailand, 45.29 is his best so far. Puts him in 3rd place. Santos of Brazil in 2nd. And Kilvandi, the London 2012 champion, is in the lead. But we're staying with this because the 3 men in medal positions now have their 3 attempts in a row.
Here he goes.
I tell you, by the way, Dalla Ave did not improve in his 5th round attempt, and we'll be back for the final throws there.
So we're reaching the medal throws now and the medal jumps. And
this is the last attempt of Yimban Chang, by the way, who improved with his 4th round attempt, 45.29. He's gone into 3rd place, but there's still actually 5, including him, to go.
just cleans off his glasses. And then also to come, we've got in the afternoon session, we're rounding off some T52 men's 1500 metres, some women's T54 5000 metres. We've got some long jump action for you as well in the T46 and the T37-38 category. And then we'll round the night off with some great races. Let's just look at the standing there in the men's javelin. Kilvandi of Iran in the lead ahead of Santos of Brazil and Yimban Chang of Thailand, and Nathan Stevens of Great Britain just behind the Egyptian Salem in the standings at the moment, and they have one throw left each, and they have one jump left each in the long jump.
And there's confirmation that Onufrienko has now taken the lead ahead of Dalla Ave. There's still quite a lot of action to go in the men's javelin, so realistically, this is the event to concentrate on for the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, last jump for each of the competitors. And there's 7 of them left here.
Tartarin with his final try. I can tell you, by the way, Kalkayev of Kazakhstan went just before 461, but it's his least jump of the day.
And the way they go on the final jump is they change the order so that the person in the lead will be the last person to jump. So the last 3 will be Chida, Dalla Ave of South Africa, and then Onufrienko of the Ukraine.
Yeah, 493 for Daniel Tartarin, the Argentine. Not a nation with a major history of success in the field, both in this and the IAAF circuit, and of course they merge for certain athletes, who we'll see in the 100, 200 and in the middle distance events later in the week. This is Akhil Whitehead. Now I think he's had major injury trouble in this, but he's still come out for every jump. 5:32, his PB wonder if it just took too much out of him right at the start of the day.
And as a fan, I respect him for what he's doing, but as a coach, I might say to him, you know what, don't do yourself a mischief, mate, sit down. I don't think he's going to improve on his fifth position.
It is the World Championship, though, and this is his most important event of the year.
Yeah, and if he can just go through a bit of pain, he can have a nice lie-in tomorrow if he should jump himself into a medal place. I don't think he will. Here he goes, Akil White, and currently 5th. 5:32. No. I think it's a no.
Again, he didn't really use the board at all. It's good technique.
I think you can tell by the way he doesn't put his legs out for the landing that he's trying to protect that left calf. Just quickly back to the javelin. There's Nathan Stevens of Great Britain lying 5th. Behind the Egyptian, he gets the white flag. Just replaying it. Most tattooed competitor we've seen so far. White vest of Great Britain.
We're staying with the field events all the way through to the end of the session. We have medals to be decided in them. Now, there's a lot of people who feel a lot of the time plays second fiddle to the track action, but at the European Indoors in Gothenburg earlier this year, they had a wonderful hour on the Sunday. Pure jumping and pole vault action. It was absolutely brilliant, great atmosphere. Sweden were in line for a lot of medals, and they won a couple as well.
Talking of field events, if you get a chance to see some of the T42, T44 high jumping action this afternoon, it's absolutely inspirational to see those guys in action. And that'll be happening French time, around about 4:45 that'll be starting. And I know on the London 2012 coverage we had lots of reaction to the high jumpers in that T42, T44 category. It's phenomenal to see how these guys come up and leap over that high jump. So do try and join us for that if you can. Plenty more track action coming this afternoon, and in this morning's session we've just got the conclusion of the javelin and also this very exciting end to the long jump. So here's Nathan Stevens again from Great Britain.
So that the attempt of Gotcha Kugayev, lying in 5th place at the moment. His best attempt 5:42.
Gotcha Kugayev, what a great name that is, Gotcha. Name for an athlete.
Not going to be saying that to a medal today, not in the evidence of the first 5, but we shall see. Now the man he's hugging there, Chairman Kobasov, with very good reason. We'll tell you why in a moment. That was a really good, solid attempt by Kugayev. He's had a good day. 5:71 puts him up into 4th place, just outside the medals. But 9:05, Gotcha Kugayev up into 4th.
His best jump so far, 5:71. He got a hug from his teammate because he just set a season's best.
Well, Kobasev, let's watch this. This is the 6th attempt of Chairman Kobasev. 5:25 is best so far. And look at this leap. He goes out to 5:92, and Kobasev, with a personal best, is in the gold medal position.
So he has come from 4th place. He was in the top 5 for most of the competition, but he's come from 4th up to 1st with that, and that's why we were seeing the hug. And we were watching Nathan Stevens in the javelin when that happened. We've just played it back for you, though. Chairman Kobasov is now up into top place. He's gone above the Ukrainian, above the South African. It looked like it was going to be between those two, and the Russians are going to be out of it, but then one Russian's just set a season's best, and Chairman Kobasov has just set a personal best, and he is now in gold medal position. That was his final jump. We still have the Ukrainian and the South African to jump. Can they do it? Chida also still to jump.
Now this is his final attempt. 5:77 is best so far. Has really given a good go, Chida here. Down into 5th place because of the drama we've seen with the Russians moving up. Gutchev up to 4th, Kobasov in the lead as well.
So Chida, for much of this competition, was in bronze medal position, but we've just seen both the Russians overtake him, and I think the disappointment shows on his face there. That was his last jump.
I'm not convinced it was around 5.77 in truth. His reaction and body language suggests that. He's in the medals for a long time. Had 2 leaps of 5.60 in the last 2 rounds, 17 centimetres below his best, and that's 5.58. It's consistency, but it's not medal winning consistency. With 2 men left. This man was in front just a few moments ago. 5.95. Andrei Onofrienko, 899 points. He's 30 points behind Chairman Komosov. He's a different category, which means he basically has to go around, say 15, 20 centimetres, has to go beyond 6 metres in order to get back the gold. Can he do it? Death or glory for him here. And it's a red flag, and he will not improve beyond the silver medal, and he might even lose that because Dalla Ave is still to go, and Andrei Onofrienko will not go past 5.95, and at best, it's silver.
So just one competitor to go. Andrea Dalla Ava of South Africa. He's guaranteed a bronze medal. At the moment, silver's going to Ukraine and gold is going to Russia. But Andrea Dalla Ava, I reckon, could do something here. So he's jumped very well after a no jump to start with. Can he get to improve on the bronze medal?
Right now, this is our champion-elect, Chairman Komosov. But it's Dalla Ave, the only man who can deny him. 5.79, needs to improve by 14 centimetres here. It's a red flag, he's missed out, and Komosov is the world champion for Russia.
Yeah, Komosov gets the gold, Onofrienko gets the silver, and Andrea Dalla Ava will have to settle for a bronze for South Africa, holds his head, and there goes the Russian who came from nowhere. It was death or glory for him on the 6th round of competition. He goes and catches the Russian flag, and look at the joy there from the Russian team, because they really were out of the medals right up until the 6th round when Chairman Komosov overtook the Ukrainian and the South African. There's the no jump from Andrea Dalla Ave, and the gold medal goes to Chairman Komosov, F-37 of Russia.
It was a 30-point winning margin at the end as well, and he improved by 67 centimetres on his final jump to win the gold medal. Dalla Ave with the bronze. Well, he did fantastically well, but it is Russia's 2nd gold of the opening day, and it's won by Chairman Komosov.
With a personal best, just looking at the jumps that this guy had, 4.81 to start with. Very rare you'd expect you to see somebody under 5 metres. 4.81, then he improved to 5.21, then even worse, 4.46, then 5.25, and he was nowhere. And then he no-jumped on his 5th jump, and then on his last jump set a personal best of 5.92. That is the way to do it. That's the class way to win a gold medal. Do absolutely nothing in the first 5 jumps, and then set a personal best to win the gold with your last jump of the day.
So Komosov takes the gold, Onofrienko the silver for Ukraine, and Dalla Ave the bronze for South Africa. And it's won on points, not distance.
And it's a pity that Gotcha didn't get a medal, because he could have said, gotcha. Fortunately, he didn't. So just the javelin to go. That would have been a good headline in the Sun. Gotcha.
I'm not quite sure how that would translate into Russian, or whether they get the reference.
They'd like it.
We only have the men's javelin left of the opening session, which we are duty-bound to stay with all the way for you.
At the moment, it's going to be gold for Iran, silver for bronze, silver for Brazil, and bronze for Thailand. Oh, Egypt have actually just moved up into the bronze medal position.
We've only got 2 men left, so the situation, and this also, because it's a dual category, F-57, F-58 is divided and decided by points. Raheem Salem of Egypt with his final round throw of 46.46. There's a 923 points, a season's best. And he wins the bronze medal. That's locked in now. No one can deny him that. And the gold is between Claudinei Santos of Brazil, 42.54. A championship record for F-57, and he's 34 points behind the London 2012 gold medalist Mohammed Kalvandi of Iran, who's thrown 49.13, 976 points. And these two athletes, Santos and Kalvandi, will have 3 throws in a row each, because it takes a long time to get into position. So let's have a look at a couple of earlier throws.
Yeah, that last throw that we saw from Raid Salim of Egypt, just 46.46, and that just took him above Thailand's Yimban Chang, who had been in that bronze medal position. Again, it was a bit like we just saw, and here is that throw from the Egyptian Raid Salim, and he's pleased with that because that guarantees him the bronze medal. He can't get silver or gold, but no one can overtake him now. He has got the bronze medal, and unfortunately for Thailand's Sakche Yimbanchang, he slips into 4th place, which is the worst place you can get because you don't get any kind of colour medal at all for that. So
I know a lot of athletes who have a habit of finishing in 4th place. Now, there's one in particular who's been a European champion and world champion as well. I think something like a sequence of 3 or 4 4th places. You always think, well, if only there was a medal for 4th.
Yeah, but then if there was, then you start wanting one for 5th, and before you know it, we've been made of medals.
Sport is cruel, and that's why it is how we love it. So we've got 2 athletes to go in the javelin. I'll just run through the gold medalists so far, incidentally, we've seen today. In the 5,000 meters, the T11 gold for Adair Santos of Brazil. The T12, virtuoso is the only word you could use. Elamine Chetnov of Morocco led from the gun, literally, and was about half a lap in front of the rest until the end. T46, Samer Nouai of Algeria. That was a really good race. Men's shot put, gold for Andrei Olivets of the Ukraine. Women's discus, F11, F12, Sofia Oksem of Russia. That shot put, by the way, was F12 for Andrei Olivets. And the men's long jump, we've just seen Sherman Kolosov of Russia, who at one stage was 6th. He was 5th going into the final round, and his last leap was just champion, and he is now world champion. It's either going to be a first Iranian gold of the week, and they really have very good, strong field competitors, by the way. The throwing events, they won a wealth of medals at London 2012. And Claudine Santos also in Brazil in 2nd place. We're going to see him now, once he's in position.
So 3 throws each for these 2 men. It's between them as to who gets the gold, who gets the silver. Kalvandi of Iran at the moment has got his hands on that gold medal. And Santos at the moment settling for silver, but he will throw first, so he will set a marker. And he may as well go for it. He's guaranteed the silver, so I don't know whose position I'd rather be in. I suppose you'd always rather be in the lead, but when Santos is throwing, he can only improve on what he's got, whereas Kalvandi could mess it up, I suppose, if Santos throws well. Introduced to the crowd, Claudine Santos, F57 category. So far he's thrown 41.23 and 42.54, and in between there was a no throw. So 42.54, his best throw so far, earning him 942 points.
And there's already been a gold medal for his nation and his clan. Adair Santos taking gold in the men's 5,000 meters T11.
He has set a championship record today. What can he do with these 3 throws? Can he turn that silver into gold? Shrieks. Looks like a good one. White flag.
Well, that marker is for 40 meters. And it looks somewhat beyond that.
He's got to improve on 42.54.
We keep pointing out this is a dual category final, F57, F58. Which is the higher end of their division. And it's points that are given for each throw. And your best throw is what you go on. So Santos had thrown 42.54, 942 points. That was 41.67, his 4th attempt. And he will get 2 more throws. 3 at a time. Then after him, it'll be Calvandi to see if he can add Lyon 2013 goal to London 2012.
No, I would think if you, these are his 4th, 5th and 6th throws.
Yeah.
If I was him, I'd use the 4th one as a bit of a warm-up just to loosen up so you don't injure yourself, and then I'd really go for it on the 5th one. Then if that's not enough, then you've still got the 6th one to go. So this would be the one that he'll really go for. But to be honest, he's you know, really done well today. He set a new championship record for his category, for his classification. What can he do here? Claude Santos throws it high into the air. It's trailing back a bit. It's come down. That's not going to improve. Going to measure it though. Will, you were shaking your head as soon as he let that go. It was hanging back, wasn't it?
I think because he put so much into his 4th round throw, and because there are 3 throws in a row, if you put too much into the first one, then it'd be difficult to get the energy levels boosted up in time for your second, which would be within 2 minutes afterwards. Calvandi did it right, though, to be honest, with his first 3 throws, who we'll see shortly, currently in the lead. Started with 45.55, then put a lot of effort into his second round throw to go to 49 meters, and then, because he put so much effort into that, fell back in the 3rd round. And that's very much been the sequence. Started moderately with the first round, improved with the second throw, and then really drops back in the 3rd because so much was put into the second.
Here comes the all-important last throw. Can he get himself into gold medal position? That looks a lot better, a lot further. Big cheers. Now, is this going to be interesting? He could well be pushing Calvandi of Iran with that last throw. It was a much better throw. He gets it with much more forward momentum, not so much upward momentum. Comes down well. There was a shriek from one of his supporters, and I think that could be very good, but will it be good enough? So his best throw so far, 42.54. He's thrown 44.94, which is which is 993. It's another new championship record, and that puts him in the gold medal position. Phenomenal throwing.
Well, that is fantastic. It's a new championship record of 44.94 for his F57 category, and the Brazilian press around us. And this is live on Brazilian television also. Pure delight for them. Santos in the lead for Brazil, and it's down to Mohamed Calvandi to try and surpass that. Santos is 17 points clear and in the gold medal position, and Calvandi basically has to break 1,000 points in order to get the gold back.
So really exciting finish to this javelin, because Santos, for the 2nd time today, has set a new championship record. And now we've just got 3 throws from the Iranian, who was sitting in gold medal position until that 6th throw from the Brazilian. And Calvandi, can he now, with 3 throws to go, get himself back to a gold medal? He's just seen one of his competitors break his own championship record, which he set earlier today. The last event in this morning session, the first day's competition from the IPC Athletics World Championships in Lyon 2013. With me, Jeremy Nicholas, and Will Downing, live on Paralympic Sport TV. Delight from the Brazilian delegation, and there's lots of them here, with Rio coming up with the Paralympics in 3 years' time. And just seeing their man for the 2nd time today set a championship record and move into gold medal position. What must be going through the mind of Calvandi, the Iranian, now? Thought he'd got the gold, was almost biting his teeth into the medal, and at the last minute it's been plucked away from him, but all is not lost because he has 3 throws to go.
So this is the London 2012 champion, Mohamed Calvandi. His best throw, the 2nd round, 49.13. His target now realistically is 50 meters to break the 1,000 points and to claim gold. He knows he's in a contest here. And it is all down to him. Bronze for Raed Salam, that's confirmed. Santos at the moment in the gold medal position, and Calvandi is just behind.
Careful not to break that javelin, you need that. Some very vigorous stretching with it. Oh, he's handed that one back. Maybe he has one javelin that he does his warm-up with and a different one that he throws. So, every 2 years, these IPC Athletics World Championships, but in the next few minutes, this man will decide whether he's going to get a silver or a gold. He had the gold up until that last throw from the Brazilian. And now Calvandi just strapping himself in, ready for these last 3 throws.
It's actually like 1 millimeter good.
Just have to readjust the seat. Everyone has slightly different settings.
Now he is able to walk, but because some of the competitors in this discipline cannot, has to be an even playing field for all. So it must be a seated throw, and you must be strapped into the chair. And you have to stay sitting, you can't raise a buttock, or that is a red flag, and there are officials watching out for that.
I wasn't thinking of leaving the seat. Yes, no, they have to stay absolutely flat on that seat. You can see how precise it is. Each athlete has their own setting from what height they want it at. It's all precisely set, and the officials just making sure everyone's got it exactly how they want. And never before for this man has it been so crucial. These 3 throws to go. Our coverage is coming to an end of this morning session. We will be back with the afternoon session for you, which starts at 3:30, which is French time.
Okay.
And we'll be having the women's shot put, the men's discus, the men's long jump. They're in the F58, F11 and T36 categories. We've got some T53, T54, 200 metres in the women's, the T34, 200 metres in the women's, the T13 men's 200 metres, the T12 women's 200 metres. We've got the T42, T44 high jump in the men's, and that's always fantastic action. 4:45 French time that starts. Do join us for that if you can. We will bring you up to date with all the track action. We'll show you live, and the field events will fit in as we can, and we promise that we'll give the field events just as much prominence here at these championships. Some more javelin, more discus, more shot put. There's some long jump coming later in the T37, T38 category, and the T46 men's category in the long jump. And we've got some long distance races tonight, the 5,000 metres women's T54, the 1,500 men's T52, and then the T54 10,000 metres in the men's. And the last race of the night will be the women's 200 metres. Just being introduced to the crowd, Mohamed Calvandi of Iran. 3 throws to decide his destiny. He's on 976 points with his first throw of 49.13.
Well, let's show you some of the highlights of the day, and this was Adair Santos with a very impressive victory in the men's 5,000 metres T11. It was the first track gold of this afternoon, and it was a tremendous victory. He made his break with about 600 metres to go, and Brazil claimed the first gold medal of these games. To Adair Santos, 15:33.37. This was an utterly remarkable race from a man who loves doing this. Elamin Chentov of Morocco, the T12 men's 5,000 metres for those with medium visual impairment. From the gun, he led, and he wouldn't stop. And that was a new championship record and a gold medal for him. And it was a fantastic display. And that was one, without doubt, performances of the week. And then this was, for me, the race of the day. Great victory in the end for Samir Nouaya of Algeria. The defending champion from Kenya did not compete in this. Men's 5,000 metres T46. Broke the line superbly to get in ahead of another game Brazilian athlete. And in third place, Michael Roja of Australia.
So these are some of the highlights, some of the medals from this morning's session.
So those the track victors so far. Then in the men's shot put, victory for Andriy Holovets of the Ukraine, who led pretty much throughout, and his best throw was his last throw over 15 metres.
Andre Halivots just saying he loves France, and why not? Because he's got a gold medal for his troubles. Winner of the men's shot put.
And also good action in the heats of the men's 200 metres. This the T11 for total visual impairment. And the best performances from Lucas Prado, the defending champion from Christchurch 2011. He won his heat 23.11, which was later rounded down. It was exceptional, but France had their moment in the sun as well through Timothy Adolphe. And we'll see him in the final also, alongside Gautier Makunda. There's also T12 200 meters action. And I wonder if there's going to be Russian gold through Artem Loganov in the final, as he won the first semi-final, 22.64. In the Javelin, Nathan Stevens has been a very strong performer all day. He down in 5th place. His best throw, 39.86, resulting in 877 points. 5th for now in the Javelin, which is reaching its climax. This a man to watch also. The champion from London and from Christchurch, Mateusz Michalski, is the world record holder, and a championship record for him of 21.85. He's the man they all have to watch in the final. But Fedor Trikalic also, gold medalist in the 100 metres London 2012, the second fastest time in winning his semi, 22.52.
Trikalic looking very, very comfortable, and he will be a contender in the final.
Well, drama in the men's long jump right at the end as a man who wasn't in the reckoning at all. Chairman Kobasov left up close to 6 meters. He had been 5th going into the final round, and he jumped literally from 5th to 1st, and he is the world champion. Personal best as well, but a gold medal will be his later this evening. Now, Claudine Santos with a chance to take the lead in the penultimate round of the Javelin. Was lying 2nd going into this. Threw it out to 44.94. It was a brilliant throw. The Brazilian in the gold medal position, but could he defend it? Or would it be taken by the London 2012 champion? Well, let's see. This could be gold, Jeremy.
Yep, this is Mohamed Kalvandi, his 4th throw. What can he do here? Is it enough to overtake the Brazilian? It looks very good indeed. Remember, the Brazilian set a championship record. And it's a phenomenal throw, a 50.23 for the Iranian, and that puts him back in the gold medal position. And that was just a few moments ago, 50.23, his 4th throw. He went on to throw 49.32 and 47.37. And the Iranian, Mohamed Kalvandi, is the champion in the Javelin. And that was a very exciting competition, wasn't it, Will? It just, the lead kept toing and froing. We just saw Santos throw his way into the lead, and then Kalvandi just coming back there. And that was a phenomenal throw. There's Onifrenko of Ukraine with the long jump, and confirmation that he was the winner. But
well, they've put this in terms of distance, which is incorrect. Kobasov is the gold medalist in this. T37, T38, it goes down to points. It is Russian gold in this, and the man who leapt the furthest.
Yeah, Kobasov was the winner. That caption was all over the place because they had it down as a T and it's an F.
Kalvandi is the winner of the men's javelin, 50.23. Again, this going down to points. Claudine Santos with the silver, and Raed Salam of Egypt with bronze.
So just confirmation of the other placings in the javelin, but Calvandi getting the gold, Santos for Brazil getting the silver, and Salim of Egypt just overtaking the Thai thrower for the bronze. There, and that's it. We've come to the end of our morning session. We will be back with more stuff at 3:30, starting with the shot put, the discus and the long jump in the F58, F11 and T36 categories.
Well, I can tell you, by the way, there has been a reclassification of the men's long jump, and the points for certain athletes have been recalculated. And it appears that Onufrienko of the Ukraine is now the world champion, ahead of Kobasov in second and Della Ave in third. And that's why we were shown Onufrienko's jump again. Obviously, while the event was on, the calculations were being ironed out by the governing body. And now that they've had a chance to study the results, Onufrienko is the champion. Kobasov, who went away thinking that he had won, he is the silver medal, and Dalla Ave has the bronze.
Disappointment for Kobasov because he thought he'd won it. We saw him get the Russian flag, absolute delight. He went on his lap, and just the difference in the classifications and the way they work out the points means that he's ended up with the silver, and it's the Ukrainian Onufrienko who has got the gold.
Well, we're delighted we're able to update you that just before we go off air for the start of this morning session at Lyon 2013. So the Ukraine get their second gold medal of these games alongside Andrei Holovets, who won the men's shot put. Onufrienko, sensationally, after the event was over, has been given the gold medal by 7 points and 3 centimetres from Chairman Kobasov.
That's it for our morning coverage from me, Jeremy Nicholas, and Will Downing. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you again at 3:30 French time for the afternoon session. Thank you.
Obrigado.